Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here. Here.
Nikosi Nelson, Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier, Gloria Gonzalez Telequia, Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:17 p.m. with the quorum of the board present. I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. And now I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Clark to lead us in the pledge and moment of silence tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one soul, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated.
Next is the citizen comments portion of our agenda, and before I invite the speakers to the microphone, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Eileen. I'm a senior at Leander High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens Comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and example you are choosing to set while presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
If I can please have speakers 1 through 2, please line up at the microphone. And speaker number 1, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Clark, and members of the board. My name is Rishi Kartikeyan, and I'm a rising sophomore at Early College High School in Leander ISD. Thank you for your time tonight and for the care you put into every decision you make for students like me. I'm here to ask you very respectfully to keep ECHS on the ACC San Gabriel campus. What makes ECHS so special is not just the classes we take, it's where we take them. Every day I walk on the sidewalks and I step into a real college. I see college students and I'm in college classrooms, and I picture myself as one of them. The short walk there is the whole point of our school. When my older peers talk about separating DNA in the chem lab or studying for AP tests, they're not just describing field trips, they're describing what made them ready for college. It's possible because ACC is right here for me. Moving ECHS to a different location away from the ACC campus may sound small on a map, but for us it changes everything. We lose daily access, the shared labs, and the college culture that shapes who we become. A bus ride cannot be a substitute. Please protect what makes ECHS ECHS. Keep us next to ACC. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Hello, Leander ISD school board members and guests. My name is TJ Smith, and I am the program director for LifeWise Academy in South Leander ISD. My family and I are originally from Ohio and moved to Texas 8 years ago. I graduated from The Ohio State University in 2003, and I started working for LifeWise Academy in September of last year. Lifewise Academy is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2018 in Hilliard, Ohio. Lifewise Academy exists to teach Bible character education classes to public school students during public school hours. Lifewise falls under the umbrella of time-released religious instruction that was first allowed after the Supreme Court case of Zork v. Clausen in 1952 and has been upheld by numerous Supreme Court cases since then. Time-released instruction has 3 guidelines, which are: the program must be off-school property, privately funded, and parent-permitted. In the state of Texas, Senate Bill 1049, which was signed into law, permits public school students to be excused from school to attend release time courses for religious instruction. This law aims to strengthen parental rights regarding their children's education and religious upbringing. Lifewise has secured a host site and plans to launch programs in the South Leander ISD area starting in the fall of the 26-27 school year. To learn more about Lifewise, please visit our website at lifewise.org. Thank you, and I pray you have a great day.
Thank you, speaker number 2. And we are now done with citizen comments for tonight. Board members, we will now move to 4A, public hearing on the 2026-2027 proposed budget and tax rate. And whenever you're ready.
Okay, oh, where's the clicker? There it is. Trying to find the clicker. Good evening, board members, Madam President, Dr. Clark. So we're here for our public hearing on the proposed 26-27 budget and proposed tax rate for the general fund, debt service fund, and child nutrition services fund. And it didn't go. It doesn't want to go. There it is, okay. Okay. And I kind of just went over the purpose. This is to go over the proposed budget, the 26-27 proposed budget. It's okay. It's not like I'm nervous or anything. It's not working. Okay, so you've seen this calendar several times throughout the year. We kind of keep this here for a high level just to let you know kind of what's going to happen throughout the year. We started really early this year in the fall doing budget. We've had presentations almost every month. Y'all are lucky to be part of those discussions. I know it was a difficult process, but back in May, we adopted the compensation plan. The board president called for the public hearing for tonight. And then tonight, we're here to adopt the proposed final budgets. So I'm going to go into the general fund budget first. Yes, okay. So these are some of the budget parameters. These are not all of the budget parameters, but they are key pieces of things that we look at whenever we're developing the budget. You can see in 23-24 and 24-25, enrollment was still increasing, but it was already leveling off. And then you can see in 25-26, I have noted in here that it's that was 42,448. That is what the projections were. So I want to make that clear. I probably should have put in here the actual, because the actual is about 500 less than that. So we're really around 41,951 as of PEMS. So just important to note that we did not hit that 42,448. And just want to make that, I should have probably put the projected in here, so I apologize for that. Then proposed is actually a little bit less than where we're at as of PEMS. So it's about 100 students, not quite. The projections are lowered, passive pulled those down based off of all of the things that are going on in the district enrollment-wise and through the state, to be honest. And then if you look at the property value change, this is the first time since I have been here that I've ever seen a decline. So things are leveling off, and they leveled off this year, but due to some of the legislative changes, we are projecting a slight decline. Again, that's based off of preliminary values, and we won't receive certified until the end of July, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. There's a lot more protests and things going on that are kind of causing some volatility in this area that we've talked about in the past. And then the tax collection rate, we're also bringing that down. Historically, we've been a lot higher than that. But due to all of the protests, again, the collections are not as high, and being conservative, we want to kind of bring that in line with what we're seeing happening in the market. The maintenance operations tax rate is staying the same. It's at 0.7569 right now, and it is projected, based on this budget adoption, to stay at the 0.7569. If we decided to add 3 copper pennies, then that would trigger a Vader, and that decision hasn't been made yet. So right now, it's maintaining the tax rate. Same thing for interest and sinking. It's been 33 cents for several years, and we are maintaining that at this point. So we have a total proposed tax rate of 1.0869 as we present tonight. So here is just to show kind of where we get our revenue. The majority of our revenues continues to come from local tax collections, so 70%. The other big portion is the state, and that's about 26%. Just to keep this in mind, because of the changes, again, with the homestead exemptions and then with TRA, the state portion is increasing. Just as a reference point, in 23-24, our local tax collections were closer to 85%, and the state share was 12%, and you're seeing that kind of shift, and it is due to the legislative action that's happening over the last few years. Federal, we receive about 1%. It used to be a little bit higher due to Max Shars, and we're not receiving that funding, or not near as much of that funding anymore, so that has decreased. Other local resources are gate receipts, facility rentals, interest earnings, things of that nature. It runs about 3%. And then if we break this down by function, as it should be, we continue to see the majority of our funds going to instruction at about 62%. And then the next largest portion is actually student and instructional support, and you're seeing that at 14%. The next highest after that is your maintenance and operations, which includes your utilities. So that's why that's kind of up there. And then, of course, any maintenance and stuff, work that they're doing on campuses or fixing things, that's in that cost as well. From there, it kind of trickles down to other, like administration's 2%. It's more in the 3 and 4% range in transportation, and student services that are not student related or not instructional, and debt services is very small. So the major portions, again, are your instruction support, and your maintenance and operations. And this slide breaks the budget down by area, by object code. So payroll, again, it's not a surprise. We know that the majority of our budget is based on people. So it's 88%. I need to point out this does exclude recapture, because that's a big portion in contracted services, but it's something that's taken out of our revenue, really. And so when you exclude if you put recapture in here, it would be closer to 86%. But it is still a very significant and important part of our budget. Then 12%, the rest of it totals 12%, which is the rest of our budget, which is everything else. So your utilities, your contracted services, your supplies, your travel, all of those other things that you have to have to make things happen is just a very small portion of our total budget. This here, we have actuals for 24-25. And then we've included 25-26 amended budget, that's as of May. And then we have the 25-26 projected budget. Again, that was as of presented in May. We'll present another update tonight on 25-26. It won't match this, and that's because this was based off of May's data, because we're trying to do the things at the same time. So we couldn't get everything. It hits every document if we do that. And then we have the proposed budget for 26-27. And this lays it out again by area. Whenever you adopt the budget later this evening, the board has to adopt it by function, so it will be laid out by function. This is a little bit easier for people to understand. I mean, your payroll functions don't necessarily mean anything to anybody else that's not in school business. And so this is a more relatable way to lay out the data for community members to understand kind of where our funds are placed, whether it's in payroll, contracted services, et cetera. And so here we have projected revenue at $465,934,821, and we have projected expenditures to come in at $476,186,879. And then when you include the transfers in and out, which are about $350,000, we are looking at adopting a deficit budget of $9.9 million, a little bit over $9.9 million. That deficit is well within the 3% budget parameter that the board included in the assumptions. That number is closer to 13.4, so this is well within reason of that. And this is actually better than what we brought you in May, so I'm happy that's a little bit of good news. When we brought the budget to you in May, it was closer to 10.6 million deficit, and actually after fine-tuning it and actually incorporating some of the identified reductions that we did, it brought the expenditures down a little bit more, and so that's why we're at the 9.9. And again, when we get later tonight, we'll ask you to adopt by function. So now we're going to move into the debt service budget. And again, in here, we've put in the 24-25 actuals, we put in the amended budget and the estimated budget, and then we have the projected budget. This is a balanced budget. So we're looking at revenue and expenditures of $168,018,814. So for a balanced budget, now the change between the amended and the estimated for this year is some of those funds roll over to make the August payment. And then we do have some funds in here, or some expenses for the refunding that was issued. And then we move into child nutrition services budget. Again, we provided 24-25 actuals, just so you can see the difference. We have the amended 25-26 budget, and then we have the proposed 26-27 budget. You'll note in here that we are adopting a deficit budget for CNS that is absolutely planned. They are continuing to attempt to spend down fund balance because it is outside of what TDA wants you to have, and so they've been purchasing equipment that has taken some time, and so we're continuing to try to spend that down, and that's why you'll see this deficit budget. And I believe the deficit budget is about, let me see, 5.8 million, and that is intentional. So we're hoping to get a lot of the walk-in coolers and some other things replaced. They need to be replaced, but it's a great resource that we happen to have. We just need to be able to get the RFPs in place to move forward. And then we're going to go into, nope, we're not going to closed session. I don't know what happened there. Okay, we're going to go into a little bit of the tax rate information. Kind of keep me on my toes here. Okay. So the INS rate has stayed pretty consistent. It did for years. Like if you look back, it was 0.4719. That was through 17-18, and then there were some small decreases from 17-18 through 22-23. In 22-23, we had the Vader, and we were able to also, at the same time, decrease that tax rate to the 33 cents. That 33 cents has remained in place since that time. And the M&O rate has decreased, but it's been because of compression of the MCR. So we're looking at adopting at 33 cents of the INS and M&O of 0.7569 for a total tax rate of 1.0869. This here is just a breakdown of that. Again, it's kind of showing you the MCR. It's not changing at this point. We don't anticipate additional compression. Again, we need certified values that will tell us more. There is a possibility it will be compressed more depending on what our values turn out to be. And so we'll be waiting on that. But right now we're projecting the 0.6169. We have the 8 golden pennies and we have the 6 copper pennies for a total of that 0.7569. Oh, and that is the conclusion of the presentation for now. Again, we'll come back to the board later in the evening and ask for adoption of the budget.
Since no one signed up to speak during the public hearing on the 2026-2027 proposed budget and tax rate, we'll move to discussion. Sade wants to kick it off.
All right, so I'll start with slide number 10.
Okay.
All right, so I looked at the total revenues and the total expenditures and see that it's off by 1.5 there, the results of the operations. So looking at the increase in state sources, 4 million there's a decrease in federal sources. But when it comes to payroll, supplies and materials, other operating, that's where we see some of the bigger numbers for expenses. So can you just explain those a little bit more?
So the comparison here can be a little bit deceiving. The change is based off of projected actual and not what we adopted. So we always, or typically most districts do not spend everything, and that's where we're seeing those savings every year. And so if you looked at the adopted budget, which isn't in here, but even the amended budget, and compared that, you would see that we have decreased in payroll, the actual budget. Again, it's based off of, it's comparing it to the actuals, which is making it look like we're increasing that, and that's not accurate.
So should we be comparing it with the second column, which is the 25-26 amended budget, which is 415 million for payroll?
If you want to
but
talk
for
about budget,
proposed-
yes.
yeah.
When you're comparing budget, yes, ma'am.
But then the proposed is 410, so it shows payroll actually has a $5 million decrease,
That's correct.
if you're looking at the actual.
So what it's comparing to right now, the change column is actually comparing the proposed adopted budget to projected actual. So we have lots of savings in payroll, and we're projecting that, and it's comparing to that. If you compared budget to budget, you would see, like the amended budget column, the 25-26, you would see that there's actually a decrease. Correct. Which is the reductions being incorporated into the budget. Does that make sense?
But
Yes.
I just want to round this off, the clarification. But the 2025, the third column, the 2025-26 projected actual, that is how much it's projected we're going to spend this year.
Correct. It is, whenever I bring the projected update,
Yes.
that is that column. That's what I brought in May. If you went back and looked
Yes.
at the revenue, that's what that is, correct. And it will be different tonight because we've updated some of the information, and this was May.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Slide 6. Bear with me. This is my first time, going through this process. So, thank you. Oh,
Sorry.
I had a question about kind of the impact of enrollment, staffing adjustments based off of enrollment on budgeting this piece. So, we're operating on the assumption, the parameter of 41,841 for enrollment. If we do not, so right now, we obviously, not everyone has registered, so we haven't hit, those final numbers, but it is right now lower than that. So, and then we also know that we are going to staff according to the current enrollment, and that may change. We talked about how that might change throughout the year, and that staffing would be adjusted if the enrollment goes up above certain thresholds. So that would then impact, that payroll piece. I guess what I'm asking is, how does that factor into the budget after we approve an initial budget? How does that factor in? Does it come back to us if there are substantial changes there, or do we just get those updates throughout the year?
So a couple of things happen. If there are vacancies in teaching positions and it does not warrant that we add one, we don't. So the vacancies just sit. And that comes back in those savings that I bring to you whenever we talk about the projected actual, which we don't start until January, but we are looking at that as we start the year. And so that would just be incorporated into the savings. We don't necessarily come back. I think years ago, one time I did come back and we actually amended expenditures down because it was so much. We don't typically do that. That's why we started doing the projections so that you could see while we might have budgeted this, we're not spending it, and you'll see that in that process.
I guess I'm also thinking about if we add positions, how that would impact.
Well, we do have some funds in the budget specifically for that purpose to accommodate whenever the need arises in HR, or we need to, I usually go to HR or they come to me and we work through that, but we do have funds set aside specifically to do that. We had that this year, but that also ended up being savings because we didn't need it, so it just sat there.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if we go back to slide 9 on the payroll, I'm still trying to process this. When we think of what the legislature did with the TRA, and I know it was supposed to kind of flow through, there was a big discussion on that. Does that mean TRA is in that payroll amount?
Yes.
And where do we see that TRA number in our budget? So we know how much of that is the flow through for the state and what's actually in our budget.
So it is in the payroll. We include all payroll, so we don't have it segregated out. We do have an estimate of what that flow through will be. Like for 25, 26, it was literally a line item on the summary detail. It would say that, and it was projected at like 13.5 million. And then of course we have 13.5 in the revenue as a flow through. The piece that is not the flow through is the additional cost of TRS that we have to pay on those increases, which is about $1.5 million for that 13 million that flowed through. But that's all in that number right there. For 26, 27, when you look on the detail sheet, which we have provided later tonight for you, it does have a line item for TRA, and what is in there right now is any additional cost that's going to be. So the 13 million kind of rolls into the total payroll, and then any additional costs are actually line item out for you to see how what that increase is going to look like. And for 26, 27, and don't quote me, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's around $800,000. It might be $650,000 or $800,000. And then we also have a line item for the unfunded TRS, which is around about $100,000. So we do try to make sure that people are aware there is some costs associated with that flow through.
Thank you. I mean, that is just another part of the complexity that is on here that's, I think, important to continue to watch, especially as we're talking about, we want to see increases in pay. This doesn't go up, but as you said, there are people going into, and it just changes the whole dynamic. So
Yes.
I'll look at the next sheet for later tonight and
Okay.
make sure I've got a handle on that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not really an additional increase. It's maintaining, and then it's providing that pass-through for any teachers that move into the 3-year or the 5-year, because they get an increase there too. So yes, it's become very complicated for HR. Yeah.
I had a question. Slide 10, does this include that one-time incentive bonus we've talked about? Or are we still waiting to find out whether we give that or not?
Yes,
What's that
that's-
timeline look like?
We would monitor that through probably November to see what our payroll's doing and where our enrollment's at, and be able to update the board like in November and talk about December and whether or not that can happen. But that's outside of this, yes.
And
Quick
can we just?
question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm still kind of shocked about the property value change, but I think we all are, right, with inflation and seeing the property value decrease. But for the tax collection rate, why would we see a reduction in the collection rate as well? Is that mostly society?
It's protests, and if
okay.
they win some, I mean, you're just finding more of, you see the advertisements everywhere, they'll
Okay.
take them.
So we're just
It's-
estimating a little more conservative in that space?
Absolutely, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
This may be in some of the other charts, so I need to dig a little deeper. But on slide 10, we see in 2024, we had our beginning fund balance at 184. And then the proposed budget will take our fund balance to 137. Well, the ending amount would be 137 with the budget.
for 26, 27, if that 9.9 is realized. Again, I really, and I've impressed upon this year, we're seeing savings over the 13 and 14 million. There are some things that happened this year offsetting that, moving funds to the health insurance fund, things of that nature. But if you look at the true savings, we're over the 13 million. So seeing what happens this year, we should make that 9.9 million up that is historically what has happened, and that's what
you're
I think
anticipating.
will happen.
That's helpful. So then what we're looking at is a difference in between what may, in a conservative estimate, but it is
Correct.
an estimate, we're looking 184 was what it started at in 2024, and possibly it may end at 147.
And
147 and 137.
It could be higher if we made up 13 million, and again, the revenues came in like we're projecting. Nothing happens with hold harmless or something crazy, because that keeps changing, and that's kind of what happened to us this year too. And then, again, with the health insurance fund, what happens there, but if we can minimize that impact on the general fund budget, yes, I think we can make that up, and it's possible we would actually put some into fund balance, which needs to start happening at some point.
Right,
Because
right.
we are getting very close. And so that's kind of the goal, but without having to harm programs and stuff in the process. So we're not talking about putting 10 million in. Maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's, but it's something, correct. Just starting to try to build that up.
Well, I was just going to ask, I think this is related to what you're trying to find out. I think it's good for everybody to know, because we see districts announcing a balanced budget all around us. Everybody takes a different approach to this, but if we took a balanced budget approach, we could have very well cut additional staff and or programs to make up our 9.9 million projected deficit, and then ended up putting 8, 9, 10 million into fund balance.
Correct.
So that frustrates the community, our staff, all of us, when we cut and then bank a lot of money, because we've already made such significant cuts. So I think it's a good number to draw people's attention to, especially as we're hearing this balanced budget announcement from multiple districts around us. That I'm not faulting what they're doing. Every community makes these decisions the way, but we decided that we did not want to cut to even meet our 1.5% because we continually make up savings.
Correct. And this is just a methodology
Right.
That we felt like had worked for the district, and we could prove it out. I think brought it back to the board several years ago and kind of tried to work through that, which I've tried to bring back this year and really hone in on the history of what's happened, so that you can see what's anticipated, what the goal is. Now, again, barring any catastrophe, because I can't foresee those things, but I do anticipate making that up, yes.
So just a quick comment on that. So for example, in 25-26, amended versus projected actual, it went from 26 to 10.8. So you're saying something similar could
And
happen.
should.
Okay, could and should happen.
Yes.
All right, and one of the supplies and materials, is this based on instructional material adoption, or what is that?
No, that's just true supplies for campuses, paper, pencils, and departments, whatever supplies that they need are coded into a supplies and materials account. This doesn't have anything to do with the instructional materials.
Okay, it's just because I know you say it for budget purposes, we should be looking at the amended budget and comparing it, which shows that there's really no change. But when you look at what they actually are spending, you also said we should wait, and then there's information somewhere that shows that could be a different number. So I was just curious why the jump.
Yeah, that's staying pretty flat from amended to proposed, just because we're kind of scraping the bottom there we allocate to campuses based off of a formula. And so cutting any of that would mean kind of cutting the way that we budget the methods, and we don't really want to do that to campuses. Plus, inflation is hitting everyone, and we're not increasing that, so that's not changing a lot. But you can see that we don't spend the 19.4; we're spending the 16, and so they're maintaining it really, really tight as far as what we're budgeting.
I have a question about INS, the 33 cents that we're looking at here that we're getting ready to adopt. Of course, we know legislation has the thing in place where we can only adopt what's required to pay the debt. So my question is, do we have, I think we have a little more capacity to sell. If we have a little more capacity to sell when we sell that, do we anticipate an increase in the 33 cents?
No.
Okay. And then how much room or how much capacity do we still have if we sold all of our debt to keep our debt at 33 cents, given the current dynamics and all that?
Right now, we could sell everything and we believe stay within the 33 cents. If we choose to go out for more, that will change that
That would
capacity.
change it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? If not, she'll be on later tonight. All right, board members, we're going to change the order of tonight's agenda, and we are going to go with 8A2, discussion of leading measures. And Nkosi is online for those that can't see him. We see Nkosi, so whenever you want to ask a question. Do y'all want to get through let's let our presenters get through the presentation, board members, so please write your questions down, and then we'll share the mic. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Madam President, School Board, and Dr. Clark. We are here to talk to you about leading measures. I have the wonderful and amazing Emily Gray here with me this evening. Brenda Cruz was with us, but had to run out, and so we're gonna do this together, and it's gonna be great.
We're learning about life without Brenda.
That's right. It's gonna be fine. All right, we can go ahead and go to the next one. She's fine. It's all good. Yep. All right, so we're here tonight to talk to you all about how we as Leander ISD plan to monitor progress towards your board goals that you've adopted in the guardrails for the 26-27 school year, and how we've selected measures that will help inform the superintendent evaluation that's currently in progress. There we go. It's all good. So as we've been preparing this presentation, one of the pieces of resources that we've been leaning in on is a book called Great on Their Behalf. So you do see the picture of that in the corner. So a lot of the principles and how we design this tonight is going to be based on this book. And so one of the things it talks about in this book is about the goals and guardrails. This is exercises and activities you all as a board have already engaged in, but for the purposes of the community, want to make sure that we reiterate that your board goals are reflecting community desired student outcomes. Those goals are written as what we call lag measures. So that is going to be data that you get at the end of a data cycle. This isn't data that we get that we can then quickly respond to. It's at the end of a data cycle. So what we're going to talk a lot about this evening is the potential for what we call a scorecard. And this scorecard would be generated to help us track interim goals and interim guardrails. It's different than your board goals. So the interim goals, and this is all based on the literature from the book, is regularly updated interim data, and this is going to be designed as lead measures. These are data points that we would get that we can quickly respond to support our students best and actually help support the outcomes of the board goals throughout the school year. Okay, so we're going to do this together, everybody. So in the 26-27 year, this is going to be a big learning year for all of us. If we've done this in this district, it's been a long time. As we kind of go into this, we want to really make sure we're approaching it flexibly. We're building a system while we're implementing it at the same time. So we are going to strive for perfection, but we anticipate that we'll kind of explore and we'll hit a spot where we need to come back together and recalibrate together. So the reason that we're pointing this slide out is for a couple of different mitigating circumstances that are happening in the 26-27 school year. So test data sources and the refinement of how we measure is going to be a factor for us next year. So in the 27-28 school year, our state is redesigning its state assessment. It's called SST. And so one of the things that we know right now is that we're going to be assessing students 3 times per year. A lot of the things that we don't know is what assessment tool we're going to use. We don't know what the state has to offer yet and what choices we might have in that. And so that's complicating things for us right now, as we've kind of had a couple of pivotal conversations about how we track not just our interim goals, but just our student performance in general. And whether we wanted to assess if we were to go to a different assessment tool, it's kind of a tricky place to be. We don't want to have to put our teachers through change to have to put them through change again based on the state's changes. So that kind of makes things a little complicated right now as we're thinking through what's best. Also, another thing we're doing in the 26-27 school year is we're really, really hyper-focused on alignment. So you all as a board have set a direction for us already. We have goals, we have guardrails, and we are in the last year of our strategic plan. At the same time, we're also looking and working through this school year on developing our next strategic plan for the next 5 years. And we want to make sure we're responsive to our community and responsive to our needs. And so that's something that we'll be exploring at the same time that we're trying to implement this structure. In the meantime, we'll make sure that our district improvement plan and thereby also our campus improvement plans are really tightly aligned to the board goals and then also the superintendent evaluation. So that's all the work that's happening this year at one time. So there's a lot of factors going on. So by 27-28, another thing that we're excited that we'll have is we'll be kind of well underway in as far as curriculum implementation. We'll still be implementing a lot of math resources, those types of things, but we'll already have kicked off our K-3 phonics. We have quite a bit of math adoption, trials, that's not the word. Thank you. Pilots going on across our district right now, so we'll be able to leverage that data to make a strong decision about what happens next. So by 27-28, we're going to be well into that curriculum implementation. We'll be much more clear on our state assessment system. Some of the early calls that we've had, the commissioner calls and reports from TEA, are giving us a little bit of an insight. I gotta be honest, some of the stuff is kind of excited. We were talking about some things yesterday that they're developing that could help us inform how we respond to our students. We'll have a lot more clarity on how we measure what and when based on that information that we get from the state, making those board goals and those metrics a lot more quantifiable for us. We're also doing a lot of work right now with our CBAS, our community-based accountability system, to make sure that that's really nice and tightly aligned with everything. That's going to all go in conjunction with everything we're doing. A lot of work. So how does this fit together? So we have the board goals and guardrails already set in place. Right below that, you're going to see the lead measures in the scorecard, which I kind of explained to you as those interim goals and those interim guardrails that kind of give us the indicators along the way of our progress towards our goals. Right next to that, to your right, you see that monthly board monitoring. We're excited to tell you guys tonight that instead of big, giant, huge data dives in one night where we're spending hours trying to understand the data, we're going to bring it to you consistently in bite-sized chunks all year long. So you're going to be able to really, really have deep discussions to understand that where things are. And it's not always going to be, hey, everything's pretty and shiny. We're going to reflect together. We're going to tell you when there's improvement that needs to happen. We're going to listen to your insight in regards to what administration needs to do to respond. So we have a real, I'm excited about that plan, real strong plan to bring that forward. All of that I just described to you should really tightly tie to that superintendent evaluation. So a lot of our conversation and discussion tonight is going to inform how we develop that evaluation so that it's all really tightly aligned. And then that bottom box, the strategic plan, the DIPs, the SIPs, and the department plans, which I'll talk about later in the presentation, is kind of like a ribbon on a box for a bow. Like, so just picture a present and you're just tying that up and keeping it all held together. That's kind of the ribbon. I thought about that after I made this slide. I was like, missed opportunity. So anyway, that's how it all fits together. All right, this is just a quick reminder for you all. I know board, you know what these board goals are, but we want to make sure the community is on the same page with us and is aware of what we have set forth for our goals. So we have 4 goals. The first one is about 3rd grade, and then we have 6th grade, high school, and TSI. For each of those goals, we are addressing reading and math, and in each of those goals, we have student groups that we're making sure we have targets for by 2030. Okay, so this is a fun slide. This is going to kind of give us perspective on what we would really need to track and monitor in order to make sure we're hitting every single metric of the goal. So if you really think about the fact that we have 4 board goals, but each of the goals have 2 subjects per goal, we're really talking about 8 metrics per goal. And if we have 9 student groups per goal, if you multiply that, there's 72 metrics, right? And if we all know anything, it's that when we keep things narrow, we can focus and we can work deeper on on our progress. So as we were developing this was not an easy thing to think through. And one of the things we really had to think about was, what is our highest leverage area that if we focus, it's going to impact every area, all 72 areas. So that was a big mind bender for us, but I'm hopeful that you all will be okay with what we're bringing to you tonight. So this is a very, very, very drafty version of what the scorecard could look like. So we can always go back to this towards the end when you guys are asking questions, but I'll kind of orient you to the slide first. You have the interim goals down the left. Each interim goal is perfectly aligned with the goal, the board goal. So interim goal 1 is aligned to your 3rd grade reading and math goal, but it's written in a way that focuses it on math, and we're going to talk to you data-wise soon about why we chose that. And each column on the left and on the right is going to focus on growth. So for the column that says all students, each goal we want to address the rate of growth for all of our students. Our expectation is that each and every student in Leander ISD grows a year's worth in a year's time. That is our expectation. Our goal is always to accelerate them beyond that year. So what we have noticed as we've disaggregated data, and we're going to show you a little bit of that here soon, is that some of our students in certain subpopulations, subgroups, are not growing as quickly as others. And that is concerning to us because the achievement rate also has a gap. We'll show you that here soon. So one of the things that we've started to pick apart and think about is our students that are classified as economically disadvantaged. And I'm going to explain that deeper in the next slide in just a minute. And what we want to point out here is that the goal down the right, where it says accelerating growth, is to increase the rate of growth for that group of students. Now, I want to caveat this for a second. Just because a student is classified economically disadvantaged does not mean that they are underperforming. So we're really talking about targeting students that are under the 40th percentile in this subgroup, which also will address many of the subgroups that you guys have that are addressing your board goals. Instead of just picking one group to hyper-focus on, we want to impact as many as possible. So you'll see in a minute how we have the achievement gap there, and then that above average growth, I'm going to just go back to 3rd for a second, will help us support closing that just a little bit more if we increase their rate of growth, where if you compare it to all students, those students are going to be at or above average levels. So the difference is at or above versus above average. That's the difference. And you're going to notice that for each one, goal 1, 2, and 3. I want to point out one thing here. On interim goal 1 and 3, you're going to see it says maintain or increase. And then on interim goal 2, it's going to say increase. We're going to talk about that when we get to those slides here in a minute. But what we're going to point out to you is that where our students are performing. So I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 88% of our 3rd graders are above the 40th percentile. Is that right? Yeah. So that's a tremendous amount of our students that are above the 40th percentile. MAP has kind of these little benchmarky goals. I know I'm not saying that right. Emily's benchmarky. I just made a word up. And we would want about 60% of our students above the 40th percentile. We have 88. So we are never going to settle for just mediocre. 88's great. We want to at least maintain 88, and our goal is always to go above that. If we just maintain average at or above average levels, we're going to hit at least 88 or go above that. So that's the goal there. The increase in 6th grade is because that circumstance is a lot different, and we'll show you that slide here soon as far as where their performance levels are and how we want to get everybody pushed up a little higher in 6th grade math. Okay, so then I'm going to touch on interim goal 4. So this one was a little tricky for a while. We talked about this one a lot, that your goal is about TSI percentages. And what we want to point out here is this is not just about the TSI assessment. This is our students who are TSI exempt based on SAT and so many other factors that give us those percentages, not just the TSI assessment. So in order to be able to tell the board we're making progress or not making progress, there's 2 different ways we feel like we can do that. So PSAT is a assessment that is a wonderful predictor for SAT and will help us get a pulse on how our 9th and 10th 10th and 11th grade students are doing, and if we feel like they're going to do okay when they get to the SAT. The SAT, if our students get to a certain benchmark number on the SAT, we know that they are now TSI exempt, and that's a percentage that's going to contribute to your board goal. Okay? All right, that one was a complicated slide. This is just to reiterate what I said earlier. Economically disadvantaged is not a term that Leander ISD has coined, and it can cause emotion, so I want to make sure I call it out on its own slide, that this is a TEA, Texas Education Code definition, and the way we define this is students that are eligible to participate in National Free or Reduced Lunch Program. I'll reiterate again, just because you are economically disadvantaged does not mean you're underperforming. There is a ton of research out there that shows that if you do have that classification, there's a likelihood that you might need a little bit more support to kind of perform on level with your peers. So that is why we're talking about this tonight. And this slide is critically important because what I do not want the board to hear is that we're neglecting any groups of students. It is so critically important to us that we are pushing all of our students to their highest potential. If we have students that come in high achieving, we want to accelerate their rate of growth. If we have students that are coming in right on the line, we want to make sure that we get them that year's growth and then push them that much further. So our goal is to make sure that we're building in systems that support all of our students, no matter who they are, what classification they have, what student group they are. So that's going to come from our strengthening of PLCs. This is going to come from our high quality instructional materials implementation we're doing across the district. We're going to track attendance and make sure that our students are coming to school, and that if they're not, that we have a differential reach to get them to come to school and be a part of it. And then enrollment, making sure that we have our students in our system and we're retaining our students in our system. These are all things we're going to do for all students. And then also, there are several things that you may not hear us talk about tonight, but that doesn't mean that we're not addressing them. Our district improvement plan is going to address a lot of other areas that we've talked about here together as a board.
All right, let's talk numbers. I just got handed these slides 10 minutes ago, so I'm gonna change the order. I wanna talk about the very colorful graphs in the middle of slide 12, because that will help provide some context to what we're talking about when we're talking about growth. So NWA MAP, the test that our students in K through 12 take in mathematics, and then also 6 through 12 take in reading 3 times a year, is nationally normed, right? So each student gets an achievement percentile. You are at the 88th percentile. That means you're at or above 88 out of 100 of your peers, right? But it also is normed for growth. So not only do you get this is where you are in achievement, you also get this is how your growth from the beginning of a year to now compares to other kids that started in the same place. So that colorful graph that you see there, the top bar is our economically disadvantaged students, the one below it is non-economically disadvantaged, is divided into 5 different colors, and those are based on the growth percentile of the students. So the map labels the blue section, those are kids at the 80th percentile or better for growth, as high growth. The green section is between 60 and 80, that's high average. The yellow section, now we're getting into the middle, right? That's between 40 and 60th percentile. They just call that average growth. And then we have low, average, and low. So all of this that Angela's talking about, basically we're talking about we want all of our students to be at least in the yellow for growth, or as many as we can have, right? It's normed. You're never going to have all of the students, right? But we want to increase how many kids are at least in the yellow, at least at average expected growth. But then for our economically disadvantaged student group in particular, we want to look at if they're behind, and you can see here on the left-hand side, while 88% of our non-economically disadvantaged students are at an achievement level above the 40th percentile, only 62% of our eco-dis students are. So you can see there's already in 3rd grade an achievement gap there. In order to reduce that, we would need to accelerate their growth. So when we're talking about that student group, we want the blue and green sections to get bigger, right? So it's really about one group we're talking about yellow, green, and blue. Another group we're talking about that high, average, and high, the green and blue section. So hopefully that clarifies. So now I'm going to go back and tell you what you're looking at in this table. So those first 2 columns are the percent of students in the top 3 groups, in the yellow, green, and blue. So of all of our third graders combined, 80% of them are in the yellow, green, and blue for growth. As Angela mentioned, that's amazing because if we were performing at the national average, that would be 60% because those 5 groups would be equally sized, right? So you'd have 3 out of 5 groups would be 60%, right? So that's a very high number. Then you can see just down that column, the different groups. So like our Hispanic student group, 76% of our Hispanic students in third grade math were at or above expected growth. Then we can disaggregate that a little further. We can look at the combination of students who are both in one of those student groups and economically disadvantaged. So when you look at all third graders, but only the 575 that are economically disadvantaged, you see that growth rate drops. We go to 69%. And then each of the different student groups we can break down further. So our African American students, you see there's only 60 of them. This is just one grade level. So we wanted to point out some of these groups are pretty small, but the 60 students who are both economically disadvantaged and African American, their growth rate was 73%. Now, that's still above the target of 60, right? But we need that to be higher. And again, what we're talking about is that last column. So that last column now, we're saying, okay, we're not going to include the yellow group. We're going to look at just the students in that top 2 boxes. Again, the national average would predict that would be at 40%, right? It's the top 2 top 2 quintiles. So you can see, again, those groups are already making significant progress, but this is where we need to accelerate growth if we want that achievement gap to eventually decline. So hopefully that clarifies. You're going to see this slide on a whole bunch more times, so I wanted to spend some time on this one to make sure we know what we're looking at. So the first column is just all students, yellow, green, and blue. Then we look at just economically disadvantaged students in all 3, and then the last column is just economically disadvantaged students in just those top 2 growth boxes. The only other thing on this slide I wanted to point out is we do have the third grade STAR data for mathematics. This is all students that tested with us. We had 72% of those students reach the approaches level, which is the passing rate. We had 50% of our students get to meets. That's what the board goal is related to. And then, which is indicating students are well prepared for the next grade or course. And then we had 26% reach the master's level, that highest level of performance. Those will change very slightly for our state accountability ratings and for our TAPER report because they apply the accountability subset rules. So they say only the students that were with us all year will be included in those numbers. So just be aware if you see a slightly different number from that later on, it may be because of that accountability piece. But for now, that's every student who tested with us and how they scored. Okay, same data for 6th grade. So as Angela mentioned, here this percentage is lower. It's still above 60, but it's not quite where we want it to be. So we want to increase that growth percent for all of our students. It's right now 74% of students in those top boxes. You can see it varies by student group. And then it's lower for our economically disadvantaged student group, and that's the concern that we're talking about today. And then we can look at, okay, we need to accelerate growth for those economically disadvantaged students. And here's the visual. Again, achievement-wise, our 6th grade students, 90% of our non-economically disadvantaged students were in those top 3 boxes for achievement. Whereas it's only 65% of our economically disadvantaged students. You can see the impact of that lower growth rate as we get into those upper grades, right? That difference becomes bigger. And then on STAR for 6th grade, you can see our numbers there. We had 85% of our 6th graders at the approaches at the passing rate, 59% at meets, which is what the goal is around, and then 31% at masters. And then into goal 3, Algebra 1. Algebra 1 gets a little more complicated because it is offered at both middle school and high school. And so this is combined. This is all of our students taking the Algebra 1 course. Again, you can see that growth rate is now just a little bit lower. We're at 66% of students in the top 3 boxes. And again, you can see it for all the different student groups. And here's the complexity of Algebra 1. Our students that are taking Algebra 1 in middle school are accelerated students, right? They're in the Pathway 2 math, as we call it. They're in an advanced course. So obviously their achievement level is a lot higher. But what we want to pay attention to that growth rate also. This is where Angela mentioned, again, economically disadvantaged does not equal low performance, right? We have middle school students that are economically disadvantaged that are in Algebra 1, and they are high performing. And in fact, that bottom graph there is those students' growth, and you can see the gap is much lower for those advanced students and the growth that we're seeing there. So we kind of want our graphs to look more like that, right? But the top box is just the high school students in Algebra 1. So that's a different situation, right? That's just the students who did not take Algebra 1 in middle school and now are taking it in high school. So we don't usually we're not looking at 6th grade broken down by the 2 different courses, right? But just by the nature of the campus they're on, we look at it a little bit differently here. For our combined middle school and high school students on STAR, again, you can see there we had 87% of our students pass that Algebra 1 end of course exam, and 65% that reached the meets grade level, and 43% that reached the master's level on that end of course test. Okay, and then this all culminates in TSI. So just a very quick reminder of a couple of things. One is, what do I mean when I say TSI? So this is the percent of students in a graduating class that demonstrated readiness for a college level English, or we'll talk about math in a second course. You can demonstrate that readiness in a whole bunch of different ways. You can get a really good score on the SAT. You can get a really good score on the ACT. You can take what's called the TSI assessment, which is a whole different thing from this, but gets confused a lot, which is, again, a Texas-specific way to indicate that readiness. You can also take a college prep course and then pass the final at the end of that course, which is written by our friends at ACC. So there's several different ways that you can demonstrate this readiness. So this is the combination of all of those things. We're reporting for our class of 2025, 86% of all of our graduates demonstrated that readiness in reading. The other thing I want to say again, because it's really important, is the class of 2025. You guys got the opportunity to attend graduation not too long ago for the class of 2026. So this data is quite old. So that's why Angela and I were talking about those leading measures here are really, really important, because this data is really old. Right, these are kids who just finished their freshman year of college. So it's a helpful metric. It's a really nice standard way of looking at the data. It kind of puts a bow on everything at the end. And it's really hard for us internally to estimate exactly who is going to graduate until the very last moment, right? So it's hard to get a percent of graduates. As I told Angela, the numerator is easy. We know who did well on tests, but the denominator is hard internally to calculate. So we want to have this official metric as our put a bow on it. But we also really, what we can respond to in real time is that PSAT and SAT data that's happening while the kids are still with us, right? And not while they've been at the University of Texas for a year. So again, you can see the breakdown here. We are showing you what was in the goal that y'all set for the baseline data, which was reported last year, but was of course from kids 2 years ago. And then we have the new data is that center column, the class of 2025. And then the goal, you can see there what you guys set for the class of 2029, which we will get in 2030, which is a really weird thing to say out loud. The growth here in reading obviously is significant, and we want to celebrate that, and really cut across our student groups, which is great news. But again, old. When we look at math, the story's a little bit different. The performance that we see from that class of 24 to 25, we didn't see the same kinds of increases. I will say, as we reflected back on 2 years ago, there was some reporting changes. I mentioned that one of the ways for getting to TSI is the college prep course. And we had some changes in the way that got reported between us and ACC. And it affected this class. So I just want you to know some of this is a reporting change more than a system change. Some of it also was, we did have about 2% fewer kids meet TSI. So it's a little of both. But I just want you to know there was a little bit of a change in the way we reported those ACC finals. So just be aware that is part of this, but it's not the whole story. So we need to get back on track on this one. Again, the next data point has already happened. We have a little bit of a prediction, and it does seem like we're back on track, but it's difficult to say for sure until we get that final data. So just circling back again, talking about TSI, the official graduating class TSI data is real old, so we want to keep our eyes on the SAT that comes out in April of a student's junior year. They take the test in March, we get the data in April, so that's about the timeline when we'll have that at one of those monthly updates, I'm sure. PSAT for 10th and 11th grade happens in October. We get that data usually in November. I always say that's my favorite day of the year. It's like better than Christmas. And so that data is when I know, yes, I am that nerdy. And so that's the approximate timeline when we would have that information. Okay.
Can I just make one quick comment just for clarification?
Absolutely.
Can you explain why we have such old data? Why do we have this a year plus?
Sure.
late?
It's everything to do with reporting graduates. So the process looks like this. We hand students diplomas in May. Kids continue to graduate over the course of the summer, especially at New Hope High School. We have lots of kids that graduate over the course of the summer. The official end of the class of 2026 will happen on August 31st of 2026. So in fact, the class of 2026, although it feels done, is actually continues through the summer and actually into the first couple of weeks of school. Then all of that data gets reported to the state. Then they comb through all of it and say, okay, who started with you? Who started 9th grade in this particular year? Honestly, I don't know, but it sounds kind of fun. But they dig through all that data. Then they, 2 weeks ago, reported back to us, okay, this is what and in fact, a lot of the data, they are pulling straight from the source. So like SAT, we don't submit SAT scores to TEA. They go straight to the College Board and get those. So there's a lot of, then they're matching that up to our kids, all of that processing. So basically, we report in the fall semester. So we spend the fall semester making sure, okay, these really are our graduates. Here's who came back, because there's also the matter of the kids who didn't graduate, making sure we know what happened to them. Did they come back to school to be a continuer? Did they leave school and we lost track of them, right? All of that. That happens in the fall. TEA processes the data in the spring, and then we get it in June. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody understands, not even so much the board, but any community members that may watch this at some point. It's not our lag time in data reporting. It's a complex process, so it's not even a knock at the state. It's just a lot of data you're pulling from multiple sources for them to comb through it and get it back to us. That's why it takes so long.
Absolutely. If you think about, we had 3,500 graduates, and that times 1,000 districts in Texas, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Okay, so we're going to begin the second portion, almost wrapping up. Hang in there with us on your board guardrails. So we just kind of covered all of the data sources to support the proposal of the interim goals, and now we're going to talk a little bit about interim guardrails. So as a reminder and an introduction to our community, these are the guardrails that we've decided around professional learning communities, student experience and pathways, curriculum, instructional materials, impactful family engagement, and effective and efficient operations. And for the purposes of the community, just hearing that guardrails are meant for the board to set direction for our superintendent in order to successfully achieve those goals. So this is the direction we want you to be focused on. PLCs is going to be critical for our district. That's a guardrail. So if you picture just a road we're driving down and that end destination's at the end of that road, those guardrails are on each side of the road. If there's a cliff on that road, this prevents us from driving off the cliff based on the support that the board is giving us to kind of keep those boundaries. So we're going to go over some data to talk a little bit about a few of these, and then we're going to talk about interim metrics.
Okay, so we ask our teachers at the beginning, middle, and end of year to reflect on how the PLC process is going. And we ask them to reflect in 4 different areas. If you recall, our PLC implementation guide has different levels. A PLC can be, I always get this, bright, right, light, or not yet is another option we give them. Like, we haven't even started yet, right? So those are the 4 options that they can select, and they have a rubric associated with that, right? And they're asked in 4 different areas. So foundational practices is really about how do you function as a working group? Like, are you able, do you have systems for knowing what you're going to talk about in the meeting? Do you have agendas? Do you, all of those kinds of things, right? Is the PLC functioning as a work group? And then question 1 in the PLC process is, do we know what kids need to be learning and being able to do, right? The what. The question 2 is really about assessment, is how are we going to know if they know what we want them to know? And then question 3 and 4 we combine here, but it's really what happens if they don't know it and what happens if they do, right? Can we remediate where needed? Can we support intervention? And also, can we extend learning for kids who walked in the room already knowing how to do this, right? So those are kind of the 4 big areas we ask questions about. And you can see here the percents last year at the end of year that rated themselves right and bright compared to this year at the end of the year. What percent of teachers rated themselves either bright or right in their PLC process. So we saw, we had a very, very high rate in especially the first 2 items both years, but we do see an increase in question 1, 2, and, or excuse me, well, questions from us, 2, 3, and 4, but PLC questions 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I want to particularly point out the increase in that question 3 and 4. That's a really hard thing for teachers, right? It's a really difficult thing, and it's honestly, in order, it's the 3rd and 4th things that you think about, right? And so that usually is the place where our teams need to improve. And so it's really promising that we're seeing teams saying they're feeling more comfortable, especially in that, how do I support kids that don't know it and that already do? So I know I spend a lot of my time with teams talking about that. Guardrail 2 is around access. Are we ensuring access for all of our students? This is, what you're looking at here is the blue bars are all our not economically disadvantaged students. The yellow gold bars are our students that are economically disadvantaged. And then we're looking at this data over time. So the 3 sort of proxies for extracurricular activities we have are students taking courses in fine arts, athletics, or career and technical education. For fine arts, I use any fine art course that has a UIL component, so band, choir, all of the dance, all those kinds of things, or if it's a 2nd or 3rd course in a sequence. So Art 1 is not included here. You're probably just getting your art credit. But Art 2, Art 3, those, when I have made a choice to participate additionally beyond the first year, that is included here. So you can see our, we had about 45% of our non-economically disadvantaged students and about 44%, if my glasses are right, it's very close, basically the same percent, which is amazing. And that is for students in grades 6 through 12. So band, choir, all those sorts of things where I can start making those selections starts in grade 6. In athletics, again, this is participating in an athletic course. So we do have students that are not enrolled in a course that may participate in certainly lots of sports outside of our system, but there are ways to participate in sports within our system that are not captured in the course, but this is pretty close. And so here you can see a little bit bigger gap between our participation of our economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged students. And then the last slide here you see is students taking a career and technical course. And this is combined, again, grades 7 through 12. Those opportunities really start about grade 7 and then really expand as kids get older and older. So again, looking for our students finding an opportunity to participate in something they're passionate about, in something that can be connected to a career, all those kind of things. So we just want to continue to monitor, are those opportunities available to all of our students? We also ask questions on our parent and student surveys about access. Things like, my child's school actively seeks to identify and remove barriers. I know about the programs my school offers, all of those sorts of things. For a parent survey this year, we did have reduced participation, but we do see, it did still seem to be pretty representative. We had participation across the district, just fewer overall than we had hoped. But we do see an increase here in parents saying they are aware of programs, they feel like there's opportunities. We did see a slight decrease here from our secondary students, our students in grades 6 through 12, where we asked similar questions. So we want to monitor that for sure. But that is just an awareness of there's a perceptual component to this as well. Switching to family engagement, we ask some questions here on our survey that are relevant as well. So we ask parents just to rate the school. How likely is it I would recommend a friend? 0 to 10. We have been told by our survey company that an 8.1 is an unbelievably high score, so that's great news. And then you can also see this year we had a big increase in people rating us a 9 or 10. So that's, I would absolutely recommend the school to someone else. So that's good news as well. The last family engagement piece here is, again, just some questions we ask parents directly related to involvement. Do I feel like the campus listens to my concerns, that they encourage involvement, that they provide me with communication? And again, we're seeing positive trends in all of those areas. I forgot to point out, and I should have, to me, these graphs look upside down. The most recent data is on top. So the green bars are the most recent data, and then you read down through time, which is backwards to me, but I want to point out that's how those are read.
Okay, so all of that data, and we're hanging there, we're almost done, helps us kind of determine what we think those interim guardrails might need to be. And so the first interim guardrail is going to be the 1 out of the 5 that would be kind of a quantitative measure here as a part of the potential scorecard that we might develop. And this one really is about that implementation guide. So we know that the board is adopting their own PLC implementation guide. We have one that is developed and almost finalized for what we're calling district leadership. I say it that way because district leadership is also our campus principals. We are going in with a message next year that we are all the district and we are all district leadership. And so that implementation guide will be perfectly aligned with the teacher implementation guide. So our goal here is that 100% of our campuses and district support staff are able to leverage that PLC guide and actually act upon the reflections that they have. We've noticed with the teacher implementation guide that the power in the movement that we've had in PLCs has been putting common language to what's expected. Our campus leaders have talked to us a lot about wanting some parameters and some accountability for what needs to happen. So we're excited about this implementation guide because we feel like it's going to put expectations and some common work around all of our campuses to calibrate us, get some consistency across our campuses. So we're suggesting that for that first interim guardrail. The interim guardrails for 2, 3, 4, and 5 are going to be a little bit more qualitative is what we're proposing. A lot of that just has to do with the nature of the way the guardrail is written. If you look up those student experience and pathway, what we're talking about here, we actually took this from our SSAC group. So we are making the recommendation based on our SSAC students who came and presented to you a while back that we would like to work on developing student-facing resources that link to academic programs, to clubs, pathway options in a way that encourages students to explore interests and passions. We're not going to leave the ball in their court to say they want to try something and then not help support them through other options as well. And we have some really, really exciting discussions right now about how to make that happen. So we also talked a little bit on this guardrail about working with our staff to use a consistent process across our campuses to make sure that we are reaching out to students and encouraging them to participate in something they may have potential in. Quick example, if Glenn High School is doing a great job with this right now. There's been several opportunities where the counseling staff has taken a lot of initiative to just pull students in and say, I'm noticing this about your, say, academic record or something you tried. Have you ever thought about this? Totally unprompted. They're reaching out to students and having those conversations. We would like to systematize that. For interim guardrail 3, this is about curriculum and instructional materials. Like I said earlier, we do have a lot of HQIM, high quality instructional materials that we're implementing across our district. Some of those are going to be in the form of pilots and some of those are across the board. We have guardrail, I'm using a different word than guardrails. We have kind of some parameters for our campuses and how to make sure we're monitoring the implementation so that we're not kind of loose about that. We're expecting that everybody implement the curriculum, and so we're going to be watching for that. One of the ways we're going to monitor that is through the implementation of our essential standards. So essential standards are standards in our Texas Education Knowledge and Skills that we would expect every student in our system to master. It's kind of like that 72 metrics I talked to you about a few slides back, is if we focus on everything, we're not good at anything. And so if we really, really hone in and focus on these essential standards and expect mastery from 100% of our students, we're going to see impact. And some of the way that we select those standards is which of these standards is going to impact other standards. Same kind of concept that we just took tonight with the proposed scorecard. So with the impactful family engagement, this actually marries really, really beautifully with the interim goals that we're proposing, because really what we want to do here is we want to go beyond traditional parent structures. We don't want to just rely on Parent Square or events and, hey, come on out. We really want to make sure that we've got that differential reach mastered. We want to go out to our families who might be historically underrepresented, and we want to make sure that we're differentiating the way that we connect with our families and get them connected to school. That can look a variety of different ways, but we would like for us to be able to come back to you and give you what those structures might look like and sound like throughout the year. And then guardrail 5, while we don't have any data on that for you tonight, this one's really going to be about some of our operations and how they connect really beautifully to our academic goals. And so we're talking right now about how we have all of this intertwined with our district improvement plan and how that might drive some department plans that we're asking our operational teams to report back to and connect to our academic goals as well. Okay, so one little caveat I want to mention here, and this also comes from the literature, and it's something that we struggled with quite a bit as we went through. So in the book, it talks a little bit about how meaningful interim metrics must really be connected to long-term goals. So when I say that we want to use MAP as a predictive measure for STAR, which is your board goals, we have to keep in mind that those are two very different assessments. So STAR is a criterion referenced assessment, which means it reports data back to us on, does the student know this skill, yes or no, right? And then what percentage of the skills do they know? Now, with the metrics that we're asking to kind of bring back and report to you, those are norm reference. That's really more about how are these students doing compared to other students in the nation. So that tells us a different story. That's not a bad thing. We just need to keep that in mind as we're going through this. We've done a little bit of comparison of, is MAP strongly aligned to STAR, yes or no? And in some areas it really is, and in others it's not. Right now, we're just renorming. We have a couple of, like, for example, I think MEET's kind of over-predicted. It said that more of our students were going to do better than what they ended up doing on STAR. And so we just need to keep that in mind as we're going along. It is not grossly inaccurate, otherwise we wouldn't have brought that here for you tonight, but we do need to make sure we're keeping that in mind. And then also we want to make sure that our focus is on aligning whatever it is that we're tracking to report back to you with our curriculum, our taught curriculum. So making sure that we are, this goes back to the slide earlier, we asked for flexibility as we go along. If there's something that we stumble upon, it doesn't feel right, it's not working, we want to be able to stop, slow down, we're a continuous improvement district, and make an adjustment so that you feel confident that what we're bringing to you is reliable. And then we'll also keep an eye on those state assessment revisions to see if that sways anything as the year goes on. So just to recap before we discuss, so a couple things we talked about here. We brought you a couple of factors that we'd like for you to consider for the scorecard implementation. Just to make sure that we are clear on this scorecard would support the development of the superintendent's evaluation. And so these would be metrics that we would bring back to you. That scorecard helps with those metrics. We want focused lead measures, so monitoring those lead measures rather than all of the other metrics across all of the board goals. We want to focus in and kind of tighten that up. And then TSI, we've talked extensively about that, so just making sure that you understand that we would like to look at PSAT and SAT, both as a readiness and then also a metric for if we're making that progress. We would propose that we look at growth, tracking growth in our students and accelerating growth for particular groups. And then, of course, again, continuous refinement, just working through this together as we go along, reflecting and adjusting as we go throughout the year. And with that, we'll open up for discussion.
All right, board members, I know you have a lot of questions. I just want to rephrase, this is a learning year. We're going to go through this one by one. We're not going to have all the answers tonight, but this is where we start this process. I just want to make sure we keep that in the back of our mind. And who wants to start? Laura? And then.
Okay, so my first question is around the slide. Sorry, let me pull up the slide number real quick. I think it's slide 8. Help me, I was trying to play with this data and getting a little cross-eyed, so Emily, you may be able to help me here. I'm trying to understand the interplay between growth and achievement in designing the language in the all-student interim goals. So third graders had higher growth, but they also have the lowest level of achievement. So on STAR. So would it be accurate to say that, but I know we're not as a group, we're kind of like looking at numbers of kids, so I don't know if this holds. But would we expect to have higher rates of growth for a group as a whole that is further behind? Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I want to come back to a comment that Angela made earlier, which is the difference between a norm and criterion reference.
Right.
What we know is statewide, third grade math scores were lower than sixth grade math scores, which were lower than Algebra 1 scores, right? So it's really difficult to say achievement of our third graders is lower, without considering that those assessments are very different. And it's the first year they've ever taken a STAR test, right? So I think I totally understand your point, and I've had a lot of conversations this week with campus principals struggling with the exact same thing, and we're all still trying to understand it. But I would say it's that keeping in mind that it's the difference between a line drawn by the state on a criterion-based assessment versus how we compare to the nation in terms of achievement. At some of our schools, I'll be honest, where sometimes we're a little bit farther behind coming into third grade, so we need to accelerate that growth. I mean, there's elements of that too, right? So there's a lot of things going on, but I think the key thing is that the challenge of comparing third grade STAR to sixth grade STAR to Algebra 1 STAR is really illuminated when we compare what those look like with the national averages. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's just, those are very, very different metrics.
Well, and it's also making me think about the comment that you said about how aligned MAP and STAR are varies. And so is that one of those points? I guess for me, when I looked at our STAR scores for our third graders, I was a little less comfortable with the maintain part, given that we saw that they are lower versus the increase. So I think I'm just trying to, that's what I'm trying to understand and wrap my head around. And then the other piece of this is we're thinking about MAP growth as an interim, a leading measure. Are we talking about it like at each of the measurement points, or are we talking about it across a year?
So we get growth data at the middle of year also. So my understanding is it would be a like February report and then an additional end of year.
So I don't know if this is the case for everyone, but I'm a parent to 2 third graders, and I know like their growth scores every year look like this, within a year, across years. And so I'm wondering about the reliability of those, and I'm genuinely asking, are there any concerns about the reliability of that growth data?
I can speak to that for sure.
Okay.
So in a word, no. But there's a lot of reasoning behind that. First of all, learning is not linear, right? Our kids have different semesters, it still is just a test on one day. So we see a lot of variation. I know my son had a interesting score in his spring test, and we had to have a conversation about that too. So there is definitely variation, absolutely. But as a system, we do see it's a very, very, very widely used assessment, right? They test millions of kids nationwide. So I think the challenge with aligning to STAR, and I say this to principals a lot, is it's more about the where do we draw the line than it is about the prediction in and of itself. If I have 2 students and one has a higher MAP score, they're gonna do better on STAR usually. All else being equal, right? They are correlated strongly. If you do better on MAP, you do better on STAR. The thing that's difficult is where do we draw the line? At what percentile do we say you're likely to pass? At what percentile do we say you're likely to be meets? And that's where MAP is, we're just learning what do those lines look like? And I'll be honest with you, this year it was 3rd grade that surprised us. There seems to be one every year where the line, I want to word this carefully, the line that we ended up landing on was quite different from the line that MAP had used the prior year to make the prediction. Because of course, any prediction is based on data that you have, right? So they look at last year, kids who were here passed. This year, kids who were there, some of them didn't pass. And so that is really what the challenge is about, is identifying, and it really comes down to what is the point at which intervention is needed, right? Who are the kids that are at risk of not passing that we need to be paying attention to, and that is challenging to narrow in on exactly the right spot. So we're just using that learning. But very broadly, if a kid grows on MAP, that's reflected in their STAR. If the kid's MAP is higher, it tends to be reflected in STAR. Does that help clear that
Yeah,
up?
and the reason I'm asking is not questioning the validity of MAP. I want to know if you all, I know sometimes if you go too granular into data, it's not as helpful. And when we're thinking about using this as part of a superintendent evaluation, I just want to make sure that we're using data that you all are comfortable saying that this is meaningful, that we're not getting too granular in a way that could be problematic or not meaningful in terms of evaluating performance.
I feel like you've been in our conversations for the past few weeks. That is exactly what we've been working through. And I think even if we weren't this granular, I think we still have a little bit of that concern. And I pulled up a correlation chart that we pulled up just for perspective to help people understand like kind of what we've been struggling with here. So if we have, MAP does give us projections of what STAR could be, and they did just face a renorming, and that was a direct result of our STAR redesign, and it will likely happen again, right? And so we have to remember that too, is this ever-changing state assessment. Our end-of-year STAR projection, I'm just gonna go to 3rd grade, from MAP was 82% of our students would approach, and in STAR it was 72 did, so we were 10% off. That's the dramatic version. Some of the other metrics were much more aligned, and so like 52% of our students were going to meet expectation when really 50 did. So we were 2% off there, right? And then masters was 22 at the end of the year projected with 26, so actually went above. So we just, it's tough, and I do think that here's the hard part about this. If we move to SST, there is this conversation about we could adopt MAP as our state assessment metric. We don't know that for sure. It's just conversations we're having. Or MAP could be the state assessment assessment tool. Probably won't be, but might be, right? So is it that we then align our interims next year to what we're using the state assessment for, and then we can fully and confidently tell you this is a great predictive measure?
One more comment, and then I'll pass the mic about this piece. I personally think, well, I guess it's important for me as a board, as the board, to think about this, because do we want to place everything on the star versus really understanding how our students are doing nationally, not just compared to students in Texas? And while we have to pay attention to everything that comes with the star and the accountability piece, but as a board, what does our focus want to be in terms of looking at progress, and then the board understanding where those things are going to align and where they're just not, and just understanding that clearly when we set these goals and interim goals and the evaluation piece. So
Thank you for saying that. And just to tack on real quick, that doesn't mean you have to change your board goals. You can still do what you're saying and maintain your board goals.
Nkosi?
Hello. Well, one, Emily, Angela, I appreciate this presentation. I was looking forward to putting Brenda on the hot seat a little bit, but we'll get to that. I like the approach around focusing on the early indicators and leading measures and figuring that out. I have a couple of questions here. So one, what I'm hearing is that we're going to focus on EcoDis, which is about 20% of our district population, and that's going to give us a barometer for the other identified groups, and it enabled us to go deeper with the data analysis, but we're still committed to building program systems to respond to any student, in need. And so I think I heard that as a clarification. One thing that I just wanted to call out is like the value of, and I'm interested to see how the reporting versus our response or program, but just using the word program as our response, highlights really the value and the purpose of disaggregating the data to identify and track performance of groups, and to better understand how they're experiencing our system, so then we can respond in kind of a relevant way. And so I would just want to make sure we don't lose that by being so targeted that we lose the maybe unique experiences of the other groups. And so that's just kind of one thing I wanted to call out, and would love to hear your thoughts on. The question I have is helping me to interpret the slide, I guess the slide 9. No, not 9. Slide 11. The chart with the at or above growth. And so I just wanted to, if you can help me interpret the gap between all students and EcoDisc for those particular populations. And my question is, would you say that the larger the gap, the more impact the focus on EcoDisc will have on that particular student group?
I would be happy to take that one. Well, and I want to talk about the first one a little bit too. One of the reasons we chose, and this slide is actually a perfect one to demonstrate this, one of the reasons we chose the economically disadvantaged student group as a target or as a focus area is what we know is a lot of our other historically low performing groups are disproportionately likely to be economically disadvantaged. So our African American students, for example, while our district is 20% EcoDis, our African American population is about 50% EcoDis. Special education is another area where that one's like 30 something off the top of my head. And so they're interrelated factors. And so exactly to your point, Nkosi, if we can move students who are economically disadvantaged forward, it will impact those other areas disproportionately, right? And so that was a big reason that was an area of focus. And so, okay, I want to see if I can reiterate your previous question. So basically saying if the gap is wider, will improvement in growth even more lower that I can't get the grammar right, but I think the answer is yes, right? And the concern really, from my perspective on the growth, is if we continue to see a 10% difference in growth for a group that's already low in achievement, then those gaps widen through the system, right? So some of it is we need to stop the widening, and then in order to address the difference that exists, once we can get the growth closer, now we need to accelerate so that those gaps can reduce over time. Because as it is now, as you're going through the system, your achievement would get lower and lower if your growth is lower and lower, right? So I think that's the concern, is like, how do we mitigate that gap widening that happens when the growth is different? Does that?
Yes, and I think my thoughts probably complement yours nicely. So here's the thing. In Leander ISD, we're a high-performing district. And for what happens when and this is not just a Leander ISD thing, when our demographics start to evolve and shift, we can accidentally and inadvertently get masked by the high performance. And so if we are masked by the high performance, so for example, I administer a test to my class, I get it back, and I'm like, 82% master, I am good, moving on to the next standard. But what about the other percentage? And so when we start to shift that conversation to address that percentage, we're going to see impact with all of our kids. And when we focus on growth and we look at that scorecard where it has the all students column, what that also does is, let's just take one of our campuses that's incredibly high performing. One of the conversations as area superintendents we've been having is, I love that 99% of your students pass the STAR. What are the growth rates of your students? How are we growing our high achieving students that are coming in having learned grade levels beyond what's expected for them? And so this allows us to keep that growth focus for all of our students, but yet hyper focus on our students that might be masked in the data and hidden in that data.
Sade?
So on slide 17, yes, so you talked about why we have the class of 2025 being the lag in data from TEA, but we have our own internal data where we really know this information for, say, the class of 2026. It might be computed somewhat differently from TEA, but wouldn't that be something that we can track and report and then put it side by side when we eventually get the TEA data, just put them side by side, so we're just not waiting for a year when we already have information in-house?
We do and we don't. So as I mentioned, the challenge is the denominator. Who are all the kids that are going to count as our graduates? Who is going to graduate? It doesn't seem like it would be hard, but it really is, to know, okay, are you going to pass government, right? All of those things happen. Also, there are assessments kids take that we don't get the data for. So for example, if a student wants to take a summer class at ACC, they can just go to ACC and take the TSI assessment, and we never know and until we get this data a year later. For those reasons, I will tell you, yes, have I manually calculated an estimate for the class of 2026? Absolutely. And it's lower than this, because we're including kids that won't end up being attributed to us in the denominator, and we're missing tests. So what I don't want to do is present, I don't want it to look like we're going down when then a year later we get the data and it turns out we didn't, right? So we don't want to artificially cause concern, to be honest with you. It's just really, really difficult to get a standardized metric internally and not because of our data systems, it's because of the whole process, again, that TA puts the data through. So that's where we will definitely be monitoring our students, but instead of trying to capture that bigger TSI, we're going to look at the SAT specifically, because that's something we have a lot more control over. We give that test to every junior, and on that day we can see, okay, where are we at on this assessment on this day, right? So we absolutely will monitor our students, but the thing that's a challenge is I don't want to divide by too big of a number and give you a mistaken impression that turns out to be different when we get to the end, is really the way it turns out. So I hope that clarifies that, but it is a really big challenge.
Yeah, it does clarify, but I think it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect to match what TEA does, but it's just another way of keeping track of how our students are doing as close to that exam as possible, as opposed to a whole year plus later.
Yes, I would just label the heck out of, this is out of the seniors, not the graduates, like all of those things. But we can definitely, that is something we can provide offline, but yes.
Sorry, one last thing, Trish. Trish, one last thing. And on this slide as well, we talked about, what was this slide? Yes, sorry. So I'm looking at the bottom two, the economically disadvantaged, the emergent bilingual, and the class of 25 goal is already beyond that class of 20, actual is beyond the 29 goal. So is there anything that we need to do or you need to do in order to make sure that we keep moving? I know, like you said, progress is not linear, but at the same time, we just want to keep pushing, yeah. And some of the other ones are really close, so should we be re-evaluating those goals?
I certainly think that could be a conversation for the board to have if you think that's something you want to reconsider, resetting some of those goals where we've either met Hispanic, Latino, so we met and we exceeded where I just saw it, ECODIS. So that could definitely be something that the board considers.
Paul, do you have any questions, Paul?
No, I think it was a very thorough presentation. I hope it all works.
Trish?
So I think I've gotten my questions kind of around three areas. One is the actual instrument or tool that we're using. The other one is measurements and growth. And the other one is the content or the groups. My first statement is just going to be about the group, which is an ECODIS group. I'm just curious, knowing that ECODIS are self-identified because they fill out the free and reduced lunch, that does mean that we may miss some of our population. Yes. And so I am really, really, really concerned about that. And I'm wondering why not do the at-risk, which is a bump up, but it's not, you don't have to fill out the free and reduced lunch to be in that group. Or have you thought about what else we can do? Because I don't want to miss students when we've done so much work. So that's just my statement. My question is about the instrument, because when you look at ISO and evaluate improving student outcomes, they don't call them lead and lag, right? You have your board goals, and then you have your key progress measures. Now, my understanding of the instrument and a key progress measure is, as we watch each of these measurements get achieved, we can tie in and see that we are on track to achieve our goal. And I don't see yet this instrument as it's laid out before us where we could make any type of connection that we are on track to achieve that goal. And the closest we got to, as Sade pointed out, slide 17. And in fact, I had a question on here going, oh, why aren't the others like that? And I was like, oh yeah, I know why the others aren't like that, right? We already talked about kind of the challenges. But I think this conversion, to Laura's point, I think it's important not to lose some of the really good data. But if we're going to say, honestly, we're doing student outcomes, we want to improve them, we're going to do measurements that would aim us that direction, we really do need to see the measurements are getting us there. And this alone doesn't show this yet.
My question kind of ties into that. So before you answer, we are buying, I think we acquired like our software that we're going to be putting all this data into, right? Aubrey. And so wondering how will some of this be tracked in that? And then when we're looking at, so it will be tracked in there, and how frequently we'll get to see these different pieces. And when we're looking at these tools, will we be able to then also be able to look at our attendance next to that? So if we're looking at student progress and looking at EcoDis or at-risk, whatever it is, also being able to see how that, how does attendance factor into that as well? Is that a different tool? Is it one of these existing tools? Things like that.
That's great, because then we can talk about contributing factors, mitigating factors, those things. So yes, we are talking right now about actually even having a board-ready dashboard for Aubrey, and it could totally be built around these. And I agree, Trish, that we would want to make sure that we've got all of these progress measures that we're reporting back on, because again, the interim metrics ideally would be contributing positively to all of these measures. So we would definitely be bringing back and reporting that. The challenge with the metric we have is the frequency as well, right? And so for us to be when we are able to draft a scorecard, we purposely didn't bring you one tonight because the intent was to make sure that the content is something that the board is comfortable with. Once we have that, we have a draft scorecard we will share back out to the board, and it does have this quarter is when we will bring you updates. And so for majority of goals 1, 2, 3, and 4, there's really just a few times in a year because that's when the assessment is taking place. So that's part of the challenge that we have. Pie in the sky long range next year, we're talking about being able to have some of those high impact standards that we're tracking and coming back, and we have high quality assessments that are happening unit by unit. And we're building that out right now, and we want that to be, for 27, 28, a well-oiled machine, so that when we're coming to you, we're actually talking to you about essential standards and how students are performing, and that is a direct correlation to their performance on the STAR assessment. But right now, we're working on developing those, implementing those, increasing a teacher's competency to unpack that and assess it very well, and then we're building in our assessment metrics. So I think that we could be reporting this right now to you as far as every student group for each of the goals. The quality and alignment of your board goal and our interim metrics is going to be a little bit of some time of us building some systems to support that well. Yes, will you restate the question for me, the EcoDis part of it?
Because EcoDis will only capture self-reported, we may miss some students.
Yes.
What about at-risk, or have y'all thought of other measurements?
We did talk a little bit about at-risk. The trick with at-risk is you can float in and out of that, and there are so many different factors to that. So you're almost chasing students at that point where you're tracking a student and then they are no longer, or then they become and we didn't catch that. We've talked a lot, Chris and I just had a conversation about this, I think it was 2 days ago, about our economically disadvantaged and making sure that we have strong efforts to make sure that our families are applying for that free or reduced lunch program. We started that this year, but we are going to continue to strengthen that. So I'll give you an example of Glenn and Leander, who put really concentrated efforts to educate our families in those opportunities. And what that does for us, even in state assessments, it can put you in a different comparison group. And we could actually be performing on our state accountability much better when we are in the correct accountability group. So those are efforts we're putting in place.
And those parents have access to resources that they might not even
Absolutely.
know about for
Absolutely.
our students. I mean, you're talking about a whole nother level of support for them.
That's
So
right.
I love this idea of aggressively helping our community recognize there's opportunities available to them. That's wonderful.
And a lot of that is that differential reach, right? Like actually reaching out to our families who to make sure that they know that that's a resource available and what that offers them.
We could even track that return rate by campus if we wanted to. It's really not hard to do, and that's something that, because this isn't the only data and information we'll report. Attendance will be, to Gloria's question, it's something that we want to report periodically. Because if this is the only self-report, that there's not enough data to report and information. But there are plenty of other data sources that contribute to this. One of those could be that, and I think it's something that's the downstream impact of setting these goals. It starts becoming about correcting things in our system, and yes, we want to achieve the goal, but it's less about hitting a number and more about what work it causes. And so we wanted to track TEKS and report. I mean, I was determined. And it's frustrating because I'm with you. We just don't have the infrastructure built up to do that, for lack of better words. So that's forcing that work. We all know it needs to happen, but it's going to make it happen, and we'll get there. It's just time consuming. But I think that free and reduced is a hot topic we just discussed the other day.
I think also, just to kind of give y'all an idea, July 23rd, I know y'all were rolling your eyes at me for that meeting, but that meeting is really going to be kind of the kickoff to our beginning of the year, and it's going to have kind of a, like Angela said, the example of the scorecard, but really kind of lean us into this process. And so I really want to make sure tonight you're giving your feedback, and if you think of questions later, you need to reach out to Angela, because that 23rd meeting is going to be pivotal for this board and for this district, because we haven't done something like this before. And so again, if it doesn't work that first month, we see some weirdness, then we'll stop what we're doing and we'll fix it. That's what we do here. But I want y'all to know this is not a one and all data dump. Chris and I have been working very intentionally about making sure that the calendar is aligned with these updates throughout the year. So it's not going to be a 3-hour presentation and we get to figure out all the world's problems at night. It is going to be continuously updated. The board's going to get those little chunks of data we love to get, but it's going to be very focused on toward our board goals and getting us where we need. So I just want to make sure. So July 23rd is really going to be a big governance meeting for us in regards to this. So just make sure you put a pin in that. My concern, maybe I'll be honest, when we had the conversation about TSI, I had some individuals not very happy that I was pushing forward in regards to special education, just because of the way the accommodations can work. I love that we're doing PSAT and SAT, but my question is, and only as a parent who's gone through this, I was lucky to have a great SESS teacher explain to me those College Board accommodations. Those are critical. What does that communication look like for our parents? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because that process needs to start in 6th and 7th grade. And so that's one of those things I'm going to be looking at, is making sure we're regularly updating our parents, and not just, a month before this test. Like, y'all know how those College Board applications are. They're very tricky and finicky, and we have to show that our students need those appropriate accommodations. So I just want to make sure if we're using that as a indicator and we see the scores of special education, then I'm really going to be looking for that communication and that partnership with our parents.
I had a couple questions about guardrails. So for Guardrail 2, I have a love-hate relationship with some of these surveys. I like to get the data, but I'm also looking at how we had a pretty significant decrease in participation for 2025, 26. And I'm wondering if, as we're thinking about sources of data, what does that look like? Are there some other options? I worry about selection bias and how that's impacting results, particularly when we're talking about satisfaction and when we're looking at engagement, right? Our families who are less engaged are probably less likely to fill out the survey. So I guess I'm just wondering about what other options might be there for metrics for this. And if there's a way to disaggregate who's participating and who's not, more importantly, who's not, and thinking about that piece. I know your interim action kind of gets at that, but just thinking about the data that helps us monitor how things are going. And then the other part of that guardrail, slide 22, I'm wondering about any other metrics. Oh, sorry, slide 21, guardrail 1. I'm wondering if there are any other metrics that could help us think not just about the implementation process, but also the outcomes. So whether that's the number of kids referred for more significant intervention, whether, I don't know what you all think would be the best way, but I'm just wondering if there are any more objective data points that could tell us not just that we're implementing PLCs, but that it's having the impact that we are hoping for. So I guess I'm wondering about those pieces.
So I'm going to speak to the PLC question first. So that's a great question because, right, really what we have here in front of us is perceptual information. If we ever, one of the powerful things about what we're doing next year is if we have district campus leaders filling out their own implementation guide, we have teachers filling theirs out, and there's a discrepancy. That's a new discussion point we've never had before that we can rely on. Also, in addition, we have campus leaders, and when I say campus leaders, I'm talking about principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches, and our district support that's going to be boots on the ground on the campus with us in those PLCs. And we're talking a lot right now about walkthrough forms. That could be classroom walkthrough forms, that could be PLC walkthrough forms. And then what is the connection between both classroom and PLC walkthrough forms? So we're talking about the development of that right now. That's directly correlated with the Gibson audit. One of the recommendations talks about having our district specialist have a standardized walkthrough form. And then another one of the recommendations talks about the quality of feedback that our campus leaders are giving teachers. So those are going to be, when we are in the classroom and we're watching the correlation of what happens in a PLC be actually implemented in the classroom, that's the highest quality way to see that the PLC process is working. What I'll say about the data and the outcomes, it's everything you listed, because if we do questions 3 and 4 well, our growth rates for all of our students are going to exceed. And so some of the board goals that we have around isolating and looking at our students that are underperforming and accelerating those growth rates, that's directly correlated with question 3 and 4. So we watch our students deeply understand where the students are, watch our teachers deeply understand where the students are, and then we spend time in the PLC planning interventions with the actual materials they need to use. Sometimes we lose sight of that part. And so once we do that, and the teachers not just walk away with a list of students that we know we need to support, but how to support them and which materials are they going to use, then we start to see that growth happen in our students.
Yeah, and I guess what I keep thinking about is like our data around our MTSS process, how this fits in, and like how is it working for us in terms of outcomes. So the student
Absolutely,
piece is where ideally, I know y'all, I love everything you said. I'm excited for that to roll out and to see that data. But then that final piece for me is that connecting it to those student outcomes and the use of those more intensive resources. Like, Absolutely. Are we seeing less of a need for that?
Absolutely. So tracking the number, and this is something that Ashley Metzger has been working on, that MTSS process. And I'll tell you guys, MTSS is question 3 and 4. It really is when you do it right. And so reducing the number of students requiring those interventions is going to be definitely a key measure to make sure that we're being effective.
I think really quick, Nikosi's going to go after this, but to your point, what Andrew was talking about walkthroughs next year, we're talking about as a board doing that and having a walkthrough sheet for us. So the board, it's not going to give us all the answers we need, but to give us kind of mirror what administrators are doing and principals are doing. But as a board member there, just to kind of see that PLC process going on. Remember, we're not there to evaluate, we're there to watch the process and see what's really happening.
And I think because I'm going to plug this, if there's a way for us to get some kind of metric around the extensions happening too, that would be really great.
She's really excited, if y'all can't tell. Emily, I sense some love going on. Nikosi?
Yeah, I had 3 questions and comments, but plus 1 to Laura because she covered 2 of them, which is one around PLC, and I think Angela, you mentioned with the curriculum guardrail, ultimately understand if we are improving tier 1 education and figuring out like what's the right metrics to understand that. And then plus 1 to Laura around the family engagement. Would love to just disaggregate the data to understand, 1, how representative it is, and then 2, make any conclusions about the experiences of particular target groups or if there's a correlation between their experience and performance. And then the third piece I had that was not discussed was the slide 22 around access. And so I feel like I've been seeing this slide for, it's probably been years. I haven't been on the board for years, but I've been seeing it for years. But, I wonder, does this tell us that there's not a big gap between the access or the participation of these particular 3 programs, but there's still a big performance gap. And so does that tell us that the access is not, of these programs are not contributing to the performance gaps? And is there an opportunity to expand our our view into access into special programs such as like entrepreneurship, robotics, destination imagination, math pentathlon? I wonder, are there other programs that we need to include in this analysis to that ties a little closer to academic outcomes?
I don't know that we can answer that tonight, but I made myself a note. We were kind of having a side conversation. If it's lower in our 3 largest programs, what are these students taking? Like, I've looked at this data hundreds of times, and that question just popped into my head tonight. And so I'm wondering, like, can we do it? And good data leads to more questions. So can we dig into all of our students who are currently identified as economically disadvantaged and do an analysis of their course enrollments? What would we find? Like, what would we find that we wouldn't like? For me, it would be a lot of off periods. I don't know that will happen, but it's like, it's worth looking into to try to answer your question. And what do we offer instead of the off period? Why are they taking the off period? Do they take the off period because they need to work? Or are they taking the off period just because they don't really want to be at school, they want to be there as less as possible? And so those things tell us something as well. But I think that's something that we do need to dig into a little bit more. I know it's not an answer to your question, but I think I'm identifying with your question 100%.
Chris, can I?
Yeah, for sure. And I didn't expect an answer necessarily.
No, I also want to say that I had the similar questions that Nikosi's asking on slide 22, because we have, when you look at there, you have grades 6, 7, and 8. Well, in middle school, there's no cut for cheerleading. And you're going to be in band. You're looking at something completely different when you're talking about how are our kids getting access at 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's different. And the thing is this is showing me, where our gap is. What it's not showing me is where are the kids that aren't on this list, to what Nikosi's talking about. Because when my daughter went into high school, couldn't get the backflip, didn't do cheer. It took her half of her high school career to find the next groove. To me, that's tragic. Half of your high school career, you're not finding that connection. That is really hard in a high schooler's career. The other thing that I have a question about with these graphs is I think CTE is including, I could be wrong, courses like Excel, which I think is different than getting a license in cosmetology, hospitality, and HVAC. So.
I just want to, since we're on that, I agree with that. I had that question as well about also, what does this look like for some of the other groups that we've identified in our board goals? Do we see the same patterns? Because this is a little bit different than academics. And so just, I had that question as well.
I think for me, slide 22, right, the CTE in particular, I think about the different offerings offered across our campuses and how some campuses have closed campus, some don't, or closed transfer. So to me, I don't know, that one bothers me in particular because I just feel like that's a missed opportunity. Students can get so much more out of our CTE, and it's something I feel like we've been pushing, but in this data right here, we're not serving all students.
So the question I had on this slide was 2 parts, actually. The first one was whether the students actually know. We talked about students that are already motivated on their own and are picking these classes. So whether we've talked about a dashboard. So if they have for each student, say, look, this is an opportunity for you to set a goal here. Maybe just having them exposed to these as options that way might be helpful. But the other thing I also wondered about, and that could be kind of similar to Trisha's point, which is which kids started off on this, maybe did one of them or did one for 2 years and then dropped out. And then what happened to them? Do they move to something else, or do they just not find something? Is there a warning system here, especially when students drop out of these?
I think when you consider the data with what we will track through the guardrails and the student-facing resource links to the different programs, I like the marriage of, you almost have to zoom back out occasionally and look at all of this. I zoomed out and nobody can hear me, but how do you zoom out and look at all this holistically? Because there's value in getting, please don't, I'm not saying don't look down into the details, but I think when we look at those details in conjunction with details from what we're monitoring through the guardrails, then you get a truer picture of the work we're doing, if that makes sense. And it's sometimes we can measure the work we're doing and report that out, but we don't necessarily see the results just yet. And that's the part where we have to kind of, this is cyclical, I guess. I don't know if I explained that well, but I think it, yeah.
Did Nkosi finish his question?
Nkosi?
I have a question.
Yes, I finished, yes.
Okay. I have a question about these guardrails, because what I'm concerned are they just, board goal light? Is it like a part 2 of board goals? Because then that means it's more metrics, more measure, and then it feels like then we're not looking at these student outcomes in light of these guardrails are supposed to be generating these student outcomes and how it's like the frame for it. So I'm just concerned how this keeps, unwinding here. My thought is, when you look right now at student access, it's did we bring in the CISAC's recommendation and get it accomplished? Great, I think we should do it, absolutely. They had tons of great suggestions, let's do them. But we were on track for that. So does that mean, thinking about us in evaluation night, we're like, oh, how's Chris doing on student evaluation? Yes or no? Did it get implemented or not for CISAC? Like that just, I feel like that going directly to the evaluation could be problematic. So I'm thinking of guardrails more in like a dashboard format. It's lots of information. And like you said, there's some kind of zoom out. But I don't know how that works in superintendent evaluation. So I'm curious if you've thought about that.
Well, I've thought a lot about it, but I don't have the answer either. I think where's the right balance of what things become part of the superintendent? So it's almost like we have these 72 big metrics from the 4 board goals. Then you zoom in further of what we're going to really focus our work on and report to you in terms of how we're making progress throughout the year. We will be reporting other data throughout the year as well. This is not the only data we'll be reporting. So there's that bigger pool of data narrowed to the focus area data. Then what are the most important things from the board's perspective that I accomplish in this year? And that's what ends up on the superintendent's evaluation, I think. There may be other things that are very important to all of you as a group or to each of you individually. I know that. But in terms of how I will be evaluated of what you agree upon as the most important, it doesn't mean we won't do all those other things, but it does have to be narrowed in somehow. Yeah. So short answer, no, I don't have but I think with your feedback, we're going to be able to come up with a tool. I can tell you now, it's probably not going to be perfect, but I trust this board, and I trust the people that are working in this district that we're all going to work through this together, because this is like really powerful and exciting work. And I trust that even if the tool's not perfect, the outcome, if I'm not meeting the mark, I will take the feedback. But if we know that the mark is being met, but maybe a metric or two didn't come up exactly right, we're going to work through that as well. That's yeah.
And on 2 of the metrics, just to be done with that part of the discussion, for me at least, is that on the PLCs, one of the things that Nkosi's talked about, and I just don't know if it's something that I was interested in it, so I don't know if it's something that's coming back around, was there is like this list of things you're supposed to do for PLC, like you're supposed to have these different components in place. And we had talked about, like, do we know our PLCs are operating with fidelity to those things? And I didn't see that. I don't know if that ends up being something, but that was one of the metrics I just wanted to follow up on.
I think that's in the implementation guide where the teachers are reflecting upon and self-assessing, so to speak. But I don't know that we're measuring them each individually. I'm trying to remember correctly. Is that, yeah.
It's just important. I just would like to understand that later as we're unpacking. And I'm guessing this will all be in a dashboard of some sort.
Potentially. I think,
okay.
I think you're making an interesting observation that I feel like I stumbled on as I was preparing for this, and so I just was flipping to, I've been living in this book, right? So one of the things that the book talks about is the difference between a guardrail and a directive. So it talks about a directive will tell people what to do and leave only one or two options. A guardrail tells people what not to do and leaves many options while we're moving one or two. So due to some of the phrasing of how we have our guardrails at this moment, it does make it kind of difficult for us to make some of the work we're doing quantifiable. So we just have to work through that piece of it. It's not bad, it's okay. The other piece of that is we can make some of this quantifiable. So for example, we talked about, let's just use the student experience and pathway access. You guys have said a lot tonight about ways that we can go back and maybe adjust this. If we want to target, if we're able to disaggregate some of this data and we see that there's this red flag in our data and we want to target an increase in a particular way, we can certainly make that quantifiable and find that baseline. For some other pieces of it, let's say the professional learning communities, let's just say that we wanted to use a metric that the walkthrough form gives us a particular quantifiable piece. We have to establish that baseline and then move from there. So that's been some of the trickiness of this is the way we're approaching this. Do we want to be more number driven? And if we do, then what areas do we already have a baseline for, and what areas do we need to be establishing a baseline for in order to measure this more adequately? So with that, depending on how we rephrase some of these and if we're able to align that, then yes, we could build out a dashboard to track those things. That was a lot of words.
Last question. Well, I just want to quickly echo something that Nkosi said, or kind of talked about with the economically disadvantaged indicator. I think what would be, it's reasonable, and to me, when you say that we're focusing overall on performance, but we are having this this thread line of economically disadvantaged that's running through these groups that we have particular attention towards. I think what would be helpful is for us to monitor if the improvement that we see within that group does push the needle for all of the other groups. Does it, because that's our hypothesis at this time. So just kind of what indicators are showing that that's actually happening. And then finally, for guardrail for family engagement, I think the other piece that, and I guess this goes maybe for some of the others as well, but thinking about by level, so how, does this look different at elementary versus middle versus high school? Thinking about how some of the indicators around closing gaps show that there's more opportunities for that at our elementary levels, you know, in terms of our closing the gaps accountability ratings and things like that. So thinking about how, again, that same thread line, is there a thread line where what tools are going to be most helpful might differ at different levels? Does that make sense? What the needs are?
And at some point, I think the CBAS will do this, but at some point, and I think I'm getting Nkosi's idea right, but if not, Nkosi can definitely correct me on what his point is here. I interpreted his comment at one point to be like, what does it look like in the life of Leander's student? And can we have, like, you know, elementary student here gets this experience, and the curriculum looks like this, and can we really build out some profiles of what the life will look like for a typical Leander ISD student, or average, or these types of students, or, you know, here's what a student involved in fine arts, her life or his life is going to look like. Is there something that at the end of all of this, because we've disaggregated and talked about all the pieces, can we make this profile? Can we bring it to life and go, wow, because of all these things, here's now what we can confidently say. Here's some experiences a student will get when they come into the Leander ISD system. Nkosi, did I get even close to what you're thinking of?
You were very close. You didn't use the word avatar.
I remember
I mean,
this now. We wanted,
LISD
like,
avatars.
Nintendo avatars, I think. Oh my God. Bless it. I love that. All right, board members, do y'all have any other questions? I know y'all really want to pick your own avatar. With that said, please, 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 please make sure you have any other questions, thoughts after you process this meeting. Make sure you get with Angela and CC Chris so that way we have a really productive meeting on the 23rd. Emily, thank you so much for stepping in. I know this is your jam and we love it that it's your jam. And I have a feeling we'll be seeing you a lot more next year.
I got that impression as well, but it's a delight. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And Angela, thank you for all your hard work. Board members, thank y'all for a good discussion. We are going to change the order. We're going to do 8A1, consider approval of the 2026-2027 optional flexible school day program application to the Texas Education Agency. And we have a guest tonight.
Nope. This is Christina Lane, everybody. Welcome, Christina Lane. She's excited to be here. All right.
Angela, take it away.
Sounds good. Okay. Hello, good evening again. This is Angela Hodges, star of the show this evening. Here with me, I have got Gina, who's going to be here to support any questions we might have as it relates to ADA funding. And then I've got the wonderful Miss Christina Lane, our New Hope High School principal. And we're here tonight to talk to you about our optional flexible school day program application that we are bringing to you this evening. I'm just going to need you to pop that little button to skip slides for me, if you don't mind.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose for this evening is to present to the Board of Trustees information regarding a program we call Optional Flexible School Day Program, OFSDP, and seek approval from the board for New Hope High School's OFSDP application to TEA. So we're going to start with the recommendations so you know what you're listening for in this presentation. We're asking that administration could recommend submitting this OFSDP application for New Hope High School for the 26-27 school year. And to kind of define that a little bit, this allows a flexible school day for students while receiving full average ADA funding. Okay, so it is a Texas Education Code and Commissioner rule that requires board approval prior to submitting any application for OFSDP. Some of you who have been on the board for some time may be familiar with this. We did do this a while back, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. That approval must be included as an action item during the regular board meeting, which we're here doing tonight. And then following the approval of that application, we will submit to TEA for review and potential approval.
New Hope High School supports students who need smaller, more personalized educational experiences. Our campus does prevent loss of students who may withdraw to virtual homeschool or other smaller options that are in other districts. Our model was created to provide individual supports, meeting every student where they're at, regardless of their current circumstances. A portion of our students balance school along with other big responsibilities such as parenting, full-time work, significant mental health concerns, or maybe all of the above. Our goal is to provide attendance flexibility while keeping students engaged in their learning and connected to much-needed support systems. The current attendance system doesn't meet the needs of some of the students I described. And from 2022 to 2026, students at New Hope were required to be at school at a rigid schedule that required attendance at a specific time of the day. This reduced flexibility in the program and decreased attendance funding that does not meet the needs of some of our students who truly require a flexible experience. We were denied OFSDP in 22-23 school year due to TEA concerns related to unclear attendance accounting practices for OFSDP. I have reviewed the previous feedback from TEA, and I have developed a plan in consultation with TEA that addresses the previous concerns, and I feel we are ready to move forward. The current attendance model requires students to be at school at a specific time of day regardless of a student's situation. At New Hope, we are willing to find flexible pathways to help students graduate. However, at times that may have cost us funding because of our current system's rigidity. OFSDP aligns funding with flexible scheduling while reducing truancy concerns, including makeup hours for our toughest cases. To be clear, this is not a system intended for students who are choosing not to attend school.
Okay, so you just heard from Christina Lane, our principal at New Hope High School, and she is absolutely incredible and dedicated to our students who might be needing additional support to accelerate towards graduation for a variety of different reasons. So we want to talk a little bit about why this is important for this campus. We know that eligible students could participate in a flexible school day schedule if we're approved with this application. Also want to make sure you're aware that students have to be on campus for a minimum of 1,200 minutes weekly to receive full funding. So this is not a method that's going to support students coming to school less for particular reasons. We want to make sure that we were maintaining a minimum number set forth by TEA. Students must continue to meet instructional expectations, attendance requirements, and graduation progress. I'm going to reiterate, we still want to hold the bar of expectation for our students, but this is a structure that may support their varying needs in their lives a little bit more effectively. And the program is campus specific. So when we do this, if we are approved, it is only for New Hope High School.
So we do have a targeted identification plan. I will work closely with the counselor to look at each student's needs on a case-by-case basis. We will meet with the students and their families to discuss the barriers of attendance and determine if OFSDP is the right next step. During this meeting, we'll review a participation agreement so students understand the flexibility of the program, but also understand the expectations we will still need to hold them accountable for. We only envision around 20 to 30 students in the system to start. This is based on the needs of the students we just worked with this past year. We want to go slow to go fast, and the smaller subset will allow us to track the data and understand its true effectiveness of OFSDP. Also, there's a concern about the cumbersome accounting practices the system requires. Therefore, we do not want to take on too many cases while we work through initial implementation. We want to build a solid system as we consider full implementation in the future.
So here's what we want you to consider as a board too. So you just heard Christina talk a little bit about year one efforts and keeping it small. And that is because the decision we were making to start this is going to be manual tracking. And that manual tracking does take manpower, and accuracy when we're reporting to TEA is critically important when it comes to our attendance funding. So we want to make sure we're doing that correctly and methodically. If we find that this is successful and it's reaping the benefits we think it might, then we might want to consider, and this would be a future board conversation, broader expansion that would require either additional staffing if we were to maintain the manual tracking, or biometric technology, which removes the barrier of the manual tracking that we might have on a staff member. And that biometric technology, just to give you a little preview of that, is about $20,000 just for the technology, and then there's a monthly subscription associated. So there's a investment in this, but what we would be studying, and this is the right girl to do it, is would the benefits outweigh the cost that we might have to invest in something like this? We don't want to just jump into it blind. We want to understand that we're making the right decision. All right, so this is just the process real quick. So campus administration and PEEMS have already worked together to prepare this application and make sure that there are procedures for compliance. You heard Christina talk about the fact that she looked at and reflected on the denial that happened in 22-23, and she's built out a process and a system that addresses some of the concerns that led to that denial back in 22-23. We are going to validate the proposed manual tracking processes. We've already looked at that and made sure that that's going to be efficient, and we're here tonight asking for approval on this action item. And then from tonight, if the board does approve, we'll ask our board president and superintendent to sign an approval documentation. We will send that in to TEA, and then within about 30 days, we should get a decision on whether or not it is approved. And with that, we will open up for any discussion or questions.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the submission of the 2026-27 optional flexible school day program application for New Hope High School to the Texas Education Agency as presented.
Second. Motion from Gloria, second from Laura. Any discussion, board members? No discussion. All in favor? 7 ayes. Motion passes. Wow.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good opportunities for our students. Thank you all. All right, board members. It is 8:45 p.m. and we will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. And Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of area superintendents. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. It is 9:52 p.m. and we are back. We are returning to open session. Just so that everyone knows, we're going to move consent and action of pursuit to closed session to the end of the meeting. And now we will start with the superintendent's report. Dr. Clark, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Madam President and Board. I want to start off with sharing a little bit about, I know several of us were there together, but just want to share with the community that your board members and superintendent did 3 presentations. Well, I did 2, but between all of us, we did 3 presentations at TASB's Summer Leadership Institute, and we had a great time together to bond as part of the team of 8. And moving on to our Leading the Leander Way Academy. So you know that we are a continuous improvement district, and this is the new continuous improvement academy, I think. I don't remember the exact title it used to have, but yes. And so this is the new and improved version of that, and teachers and principals or whoever chooses to go with something they're going to work on together and develop a plan and try to solve a problem of some kind and develop their leadership skills along the way. One group that I just wanted to point out is, as you know, we had our small schools have a different staffing model this or in 26-27, and so we had some elementary art teachers go together and develop plans and work together on how they might approach their new schedule and structure. So I appreciate that positive approach to a challenging situation. Also had curriculum coordinators and directors go, and some Henry Middle School teachers as well. And it is a 3-day academy. We have a couple more pictures. You see April Chavette, she leads that for us and always does an amazing job. All right, so just a little window into all the summer work that is going on throughout all the campuses. Our plant services staff and custodial services staff and CNS staff are busy working this summer. They have started several preventative maintenance, and our techs have a preventative maintenance checklist that they follow for every classroom, hallway, and buildings. And you can see some of the work. They're scrubbing floors and cleaning carpets. We appreciate those folks that are already getting our schools nice, clean, and ready for the students when they come back in the fall. This was a really exciting new initiative, I guess is the word I'll use. It's not the best word, from our school and community relations team. I just got to go and say a few words, which you know I love to do. We met with real estate agents. We did 2 separate meetings, advertised it, communicated it. I even sent it to the realtor that sold me my home when I moved to this area 3 years ago, and she came. She's a wonderful person, and we had a meeting down at 4 Points for realtors in that area of the district, and another meeting here in this room for realtors that are in this part of the district. I think overall we had about 40 realtors that showed up, and so I talked a little bit about the district, but the 2 stars of the show, one of them was Christian, who's right over here, talked about the new Begin websites. So arming our realtors with information as they are the first people, or some of the first people that meet people that are moving to our community. So if they have questions about schools, there are guidelines, I didn't know this, around what they can say and what they can't say, but they can provide information, and that begin.leanderisd.org is a wealth of information that they can send and text or the link or however they want to do it with their clients and get that information about our schools to those new residents in the community. They also gave us a lot of good feedback about where we might put the print materials. One of the things they suggested was housing some print materials at the Chamber of Commerce in Leander and Cedar Park, and somewhere in the south as well. West Austin Chamber, so that people often go there to get print materials, which I just didn't know people did anymore. But they turned us on to that, and so we'll follow up and make sure that happens. And just a lot of great discussions about how amazing our schools are and arm them with information to share with people about our CTE programs, which is the second star of the show, with Sarah Spradling on our CTE team. I'm sure you've all heard her speak before. She's a very dynamic speaker, and she can convince you to do just about anything. So, there you can see Christian. You don't recognize him initially. He's got his hair down. I'm sure he appreciates me pointing that out, but we appreciate all the work that went into this from our SCR team. All right, I wanted to share a little bit of information about some of the 2023 bond projects that are in place. As you know, Cedar Park, Vista Ridge, Fabian School for Early Childhood, and the Southern Transportation Facility are some of those bigger projects. You can see some of the work that is going on as we finish up Vista Ridge and Cedar Park. You know, those, I think we're finishing year 2 on both of those modernizations, which is quite an undertaking at a large high school. It's been a labor of love. I know the principals have worked closely with Jeremy Trimble's team to put students, move them around, and they have portable city, I think they call it, at both schools. And teachers have to move, but the end product is going to be amazing as we reach near the end of that. Similar, we have work going on at our stadiums to replace the turf. As you know, some of the turf was getting unsafe for students to play on, so it's nice that we're going to have brand new turf. And I like this picture. I love I know this isn't real grass, but I love green grass that's mowed with those stripes in it. So this is very visually appealing to me. But it's even better for our students to play and compete upon in our district. Moving on. I thought this was an artist rendering when I first saw it. This is an actual picture inside. The last time many of us went there together, it did not look like this. So it's really coming together, and I thought, boy, they're ahead of schedule. But then I remembered school opens in like 8 weeks. It's not that far out. So it's just beautiful inside. I need to go back, look at the classrooms. I know teachers love those cabinets, and that carpet looks amazing. So we're excited, our brand new youngest learners to be a part or be able to come to school in this beautiful facility. And as you know, we had 9 amazing graduations, 6 at the HEB Center. We got to spend a lot of quality time together over those 2 days, and SCR has put together a recap video that I wanted to close out my superintendent report with tonight. So I'll hand it over to Daniel and Christian.
I'm really excited about the future. I'm ready to go to college, meet new people, but I definitely won't forget the people and the memories I've made here.
We did it! No matter where we all go, we're all gonna do amazing, and we're all gonna do the very best we can.
We finally did it. Y'all should be really proud of yourselves.
I would like to welcome to the best night of the year, the very much anticipated class of 2026 graduation ceremony.
Today is strange, as it's both an ending but a beginning at the same time.
But now that we are here, caps on our heads, families in the crowd, and the future waiting for us, we made it.
Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is exactly why it's called the present.
What I have seen of the class of 2026 is tenacious, kind, and hopeful in ways that are not always loud, but always meaningful.
Yeah! We graduated! I don't see students. I see future doctors, future engineers, future lawyers, and who knows, even the future president could be one of you sitting here today.
We came here searching for who we were, and we leave knowing who we will become.
So many different things that we've accomplished across 3 to 4 years. Imagine how much we can accomplish in many more years.
We are not finished products. We are still growing, still learning, still becoming. And despite the uncertainty of what comes next, we are going.
We did it! Whether it be watching you create in the classroom, competing on the field, the court, or on stage, I have so enjoyed being a part small part of your journey, and I'm gonna miss you.
Your path may not have looked like everyone else's, and that is exactly what makes it powerful. It has made you stronger, more resilient, and more prepared for what comes next.
And while I would like to keep writing this story together, I know it is time for you to share and write it with the rest of the world. And trust me, the world needs to hear and be part of your story.
We've left you plenty of challenges, as each generation does. What I do know is this: your generation is creative, resilient, adaptable, and ready for what's ahead.
And an extra special thank you to my mom, because without her, I wouldn't be the person who's standing on this stage.
You are the reason why I believe being good matters more than being great.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, for putting up with such a stuck-up, naughty kid.
I'd like to thank my parents for always supporting me, my father for quizzing me on Spanish vocabulary in the car on the way to school every day, and my mom for picking me up from school because I was too scared to get my license.
There's more music to be made, more life to be lived, and more days to be brightened.
But don't be a bum and let high school be your ending point. There's always more to be done.
Blindly leap into the dark, let the stars catch you.
Wherever life takes you next, know that you will always have a place here in Leander ISD.
So be kind to all you meet and rise above your failures. Now go out there and show the world what you got. We'll all be cheering for you.
My wish for you is that this life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. And while you're out there, getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you.
Congratulations, class of 2026.
All right, let's give one more round of applause to the class of 2026.
Congratulations to the graduates of 2025-2026. Have a good night.
We got tears over here. Thank you to our SCR team. That was an amazing video. It was a great recap of those 2 days. So that concludes my superintendent's report.
That was amazing. Thank you again, SCR. That was a great video. Got Rachel and I all in tears over here. Board members, we will now go to 8B1, 2025-2026 budget projections.
Good evening again, board members. We're back. I think we're wrapping it up with budget tonight. So this is the same report I bring in every month since January. The change this month, and I talked about this earlier, what we had in the presentation was from May, because we were still working on this. But we did talk about this at the last May board meeting, and I have reduced revenues for the SHARS funding that I don't know that we're going to get. And so that's increased the deficit projected. I do think we will make some of that up, and we still do have the July 8th, so it's possible something can happen, but I just, I wouldn't feel comfortable continuing to keep it in there when I don't know that we're gonna get it this year, so I've removed it.
I appreciate you doing that and giving the board and the community a clear picture of where that money is right now, and thank you for making sure it's not included. False promises, I hate false promises.
Yeah, and it's just been a long journey with that, so we're working on it, but no false promises.
Well, we appreciate it.
So if there are no questions, I can move into the next one. So this is the final budget amendment. Again, we bring every month to the board budget amendments, especially any funds that are crossing function, has to be approved by the board. Typically, it's on consent. We remove it whenever it's increasing revenue or increasing expenditures, when it's changing the bottom line, basically. This final amendment is more about it's taking a worst case scenario approach and making sure that none of our functions go over, because those are audit findings. So this is about budget. This is not about spend. I did send some information in our board memo to try to help the board through this. We do it every year, but most of the time we move funds around within that year's budget because we have large sums. This year there were some things that we couldn't loop enough funds, so we've literally increased the deficit, the budget part of it. But again, this is about making sure we don't have any audit findings. This is not about actually spending that. Recapture doesn't get taken care of for several months. It's based on the PEEM submission in the summer. It could come in higher. That's happened to us before, like years ago, and we did have a finding because of that. So we try to make just really sure that we don't do that again. That's really what this is about. So.
Thank you for doing that. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the final budget amendment to the General Operation, Child Nutrition, and Debt Service Funds for the 2025-2026 as presented.
I second. A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion, board members? No discussion? All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. All right. Next is 8B3, consider approval of 2026-2027 accelerated instruction budget.
And this is, again, really just, it's a legislative requirement. These funds are built into the budget that you've been seeing, but we are required, and I can't remember the bill, it's in here somewhere, House Bill 5 requires us to adopt the accelerated budget before we can move forward with adopting the 26-27 budget. So that's what this is about. It's really kind of semantics more than anything else because they haven't changed that requirement.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve $295,164 of the 2026-2027 proposed budget to be utilized for additional accelerated instruction in the 2026-2027 school year to comply with the requirements of HB 5 from the 83rd legislative session.
Second. Motion from Laura, second from Sade. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Board members, we're now at 8B4, consider adoption of the 2026-2027 budget.
Okay, we went over the budget earlier this evening in the public meeting. This presentation, it has a book behind it. It's about 30 pages. I'm not going to go through every page, but there is some great information in here. I'm just saying the first 8 pages of the document is really about the process and the stuff that we did this year, the struggles that we have, what we're doing to make that right. So it kind of tells our story, just so we can look back on that and we can see where we're at. On page, I believe it's 9, is where you're actually going to find the general fund, the debt service, and the child nutrition budgets that are proposed by function. This is how we have to have the board adopt the budget. This matches exactly what you saw earlier in, the object code form. It's just in the function form. But this is what's required by law. Behind that are some charts and graphs that go into more detail about the revenue sources. It goes into lots of detail. We put supplemental information in here at the end that talks about the positions that we did need to add this year. Tax information. It has the debt service schedule in here by function. It has the child nutrition in here by function. So there's a lot of detail behind that. Also included is the taxpayer impact statement, which is now required by law. I also included the strategic levers because I feel like that was really important during this process. So I wanted to attach that to this so that it's there kind of as a, now you have to get your magnifying glass out to see it, but it is there and you can get it online. And then of course the multi-year, we have that in here too. That is that line item that just has all of the information, just everything you could possibly want to see is on there, kind of line itemed out for you. And so I'm happy to answer questions if you have them. Otherwise, I'm going to ask the board to adopt the general fund, the debt service, and the child nutrition fund budgets.
Really appreciate all the work you did on the book. I mean, it is very thorough. It will be my late night reading for a few nights. Page 5, do you think this does the job? I know we just sent a letter to the legislature. Do you think we have some, I don't know, parallels there? We're all good?
Sorry, I'm going to page 5. I can't read. I think I tried to put as much information in here as possible. I'm really trying to tell the story, the hold harmless and, the things that they did put in place, but the impact that it had on us and the fact that it really didn't assist this district like it did maybe others. It just didn't do that for us. And I think it's important we tell that story.
Yes, absolutely. I'll make a motion unless the board has another question.
No, I was just going to echo, thank you. This has been a process compared to last year. And just thank you for listening to the board and guiding us through that. But I expect for us to do the same process, if not more thorough, for next year. Because I think last board meeting, the board was very clear that we need to see some compensation raises or something for staff. But I do want to say, Gina, thank you. This has been a hard budget season.
It has, and I appreciate y'all holding through it because I know it's been tough.
Go ahead, Trish.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the 2026-2027 General Fund, Child Nutrition, and Debt Service Fund budgets as presented. I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 6 ayes. Motion passes. Gina, again, thank you so much. I know this has been hard work.
Thank you. Yeah, the team's done a great job, so it's not just me, and I always have to say that because it's true.
Well, we love our finance team.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, board members, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
It's all you, Gina. We know that.
Just own it for right now. It's Gina. Say, I did it all.
Thanks.
All right, board, we're going to go to 8B5, consider approval of resolution revising the assigned fund balance for self-insured healthcare. It's the Gina show tonight.
I know, right? I'm going to wrap it up here. So this is really just a function. So we did transfer over this year $4 million, and we had $10 million in assigned fund balance that the board assigned last April. And this is just as adjusting the assigned fund balance down. We do need to free up funds just to be unassigned. And so as part of that, we're moving that. We're asking that the board approve this resolution. It still does leave $6 million in the assigned fund balance to go to the health insurance fund. And the board could always opt to do something more or different if we absolutely had to. We just think the assignment needs to be changed based on the action that we've taken this year.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution reducing the general fund self-funded healthcare assigned fund balance from $10 million to $6 million.
I second.
A motion from Sade, a second from Gloria. Any discussion, board members? No discussion. All in favor? All opposed? 5-1, motion passes. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I thought you were doing consent next.
I need consent. I need y'all to put
I
your
move
mics
the board approve the minutes as presented.
A second.
A motion from Sade, a second from Laura. All in favor? All opposed? 5-1, motion passes. Board members, there were 2 items for action pursued in closed session. First, board members, do you have a motion related to the first action?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Jessica Schock for Area Superintendent 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2026-27 school year.
I second.
A motion from Laura, second from Gloria. Any discussion, board members? No? All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Congratulations. Board members, do you have another motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Terry Osborne for Area Superintendent 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2026-27 school year.
Second.
A motion from Laura, second from Sade. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Congratulations. Board members, it is 10:16 p.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Great job, y'all.